Good morning, everyone. Today class will be scheduled by Dr. Abdul Rafi Naik sir. Uh, Sir will be teaching today psychodiagnostics. Sir, please carry on the class.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, sure. Okay. So, good morning. So, today we are going to discuss about psychodiagnostics. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Priya. Okay. Okay. Sure. So, psychodiagnostics. This is a combination of two words: psychodiagnostics. Psycho means the disorders which are related to psychology or psychological disorders. Diagnostic means how we are diagnosing. Like diagnosing means, for example, if when we are going to visit a general physician, right? So we will be doing some blood test examination, urine examination, right? After that, they will diagnose like there is fever, typhoid is there. So same way in psychology, we have some diagnostic tests. But in psychology, we are not taking blood samples or like urine samples. But what we are doing in psychology is there will be paper pen test. Okay. Usually we have paper pen tests, so by which we can understand whether the person is having any sort of psychological disorder or not. Yes. Okay. So that's what it is called psychodiagnostics. Yes. So in block one, introduction, we have over the last century, the scope of activity of psychological clinical psychology has increased exponentially in earlier times. So over the time, like actually when World War happened, so that time lot of people got into trauma. So to overcome from trauma, so America was the first country who introduced psychological counseling that time to help the people to talk through talk therapy to overcome from that psychological trauma when the trauma was due to the war, right? So earlier it was not that much into use. See, even there were a lot of stereotypes. If we are usually, if somebody is feeling ill, if somebody have any sort of physical illness, they will happily try to go to a physician doctor. They are saying proudly that they are going for uh, they are going for just a second. Okay. So proudly we people used to say, okay, today I have appointment at AIMS, today I have appointment with doctor, I'm going to dentist, I'm going to um, uh, eye related issues, I'm going to headache related issues, cardio, all gastric and all. We are easily saying this thing. But you will rarely find people they are saying I have depression, I'm going to consult a psychiatrist or a clinical psychologist. I have some psychological disorder, I have bipolar, I have mood disorder, I have sleeplessness, I have anger related issues, I have uh, emotional instability. Usually people won't share like that because there is a taboo, there are some misconceptions and there are some stereotypes related to psychological disorders. That's why we are not very open. And even lot of people, as in earlier class also I discussed it, sometimes people are misinterpreting the psychological disorders. Like I gave you last time example, if a person is having hallucinations or delusions, people will say this is the great baba who knows future, who talks to somebody, he has jinn, this atma and all, so he is in contact with spiritual this thing. So sometimes people misinterpret their like condition, and that condition, if you are not going on time to treat any such condition, it will worse from day by day. Okay, so the situation will go uh, like in a difficult it will be difficult situation to overcome later on if you delay the treatment, right? Okay. So today psychologists not only provide assessments but treat wide variety of disorders in an equally wide variety of settings. So nowadays psychologists are not only providing assessments, but a lot of psychological disorders are being treated also. Consult, teach, conduct research, help to establish ethical policies. So there are variety of settings. Consultation is one where they consult a client, they give counseling, they give therapy, they treat, they do psychological assessments. Teaching also, like teaching psychology into the like students to understand different, because when you have awareness of something, then only you will be able to identify, okay, if these are the symptoms, then what disorder it is, what issue it is. Conducting research is something very important to help to understand any sort of disorder. So research, for example, earlier there was okay, people do research. Why we are doing research? To understand something new, to understand, for example, there is a research, because of that research only we are able to understand what are the symptoms of depression. Because of the research we are able to understand what are symptoms of some other psychological disorders. Because of the research we are able to understand the etiology of these disorders. Somebody is in depression, we used to understand, okay, it may be because of the workload they have, because of the relationship issues they have, because of this, so it helps us to identify the etiology. If you recently news, you might have watched recent news, one girl died because of the workload in Pune or in Maharashtra, I think, recent news. So now there will be researchers. 2 years back there was a girl who appeal on social media that I am unable to, I can't bear the weight of my school bag, I have these many classes, these many notebooks I have to carry. Then there was a modification in the school policy. Okay, so that is actually a research, when it came into highlight that, okay, students can't, like, being a kid second class kg or something, they are carrying 14 kg of weight, how justified it is. So until and unless it is not coming into consideration, there were researches on this base also to workload. Earlier, if you see, we had 6 days a week. Now it is 5 days a week. In some foreign countries, they are planning to reduce it to 3 days a week or 4 days a week, because they have seen when we reduce the time, this thing, the effectivity of productivity of the work will be more. That's why they have reduced it to 5 days. So that all is because of research. Research have helped us in earlier times. You might have heard, or I think we all know that teacher used sticks in the school. Still, the result was 60 to 70% passing marks. Nowadays, there is no stick. It is prohibited in the school, right? But nowadays, result is 90% plus in most of the schools, if you see. So, what is the change? So, there is a, like, methodology which have been changed. Earlier, it was like chalkboard method. Because of that dust, people used to get infection. There was cough issues and other things. Clothes also, there were problems with even that will lead to a fight between the couple or family members, because every day you are bringing new shirt with color and all, with chalk dust and all. So obviously who will be ready to help you in home? So there will be relationship issues also because of that, right? Then that stereo scenario has been changed. Now we have whiteboard, right? Markers. Again we have now PPT system and the projector system and all. So this is all because of research have shown these are the side effects of this thing. That's why there is improvement every time. For example, cell phone we use, mobile phone, iPhone. I will give you example of iPhone. Earlier there was, for example, model iPhone 11. Then whoever is having iPhone 11, they used to give sometimes some feedback, because company is asking for some feedback. So iPhone 12, they will improve whatever is they feel lacking in the 11. 13, they will improve again whatever is lacking in both of them, and what they are getting feedback from the people. So it is all because of research. Even if you are going to any restaurant, nowadays most of the restaurants outside they have feedback that machine. You just have to type something and you have to submit, or you have to just enter like agree, disagree. They will be giving in a rating scale how was their food, how was their services, how was their this thing. So by that feedback, if they are lacking in one point, for example, accommodation or gesture or services, they will try to improve that. So that all is done by research, right? Okay. Are you getting, am I audible to you all? Yes, no, Monrep?
Yes, sir. Your
Okay, great.
and Golden Star.
Okay, okay. Then help to establish ethical policies. Again, there were a lot of issues related to ethical policies. What are ethical policies, or what are ethics in research or in psychological diagnostics? Ethics. Anyone? Yes. Pravalika used to answer earlier. I don't know. Yes,
Uh,
Priya. Yeah.
Ethics are what's morally right in a society.
Yes, but in terms of research and in terms of psychodiagnostics. So we are not supposed to harm a human being, right? While conducting any sort of research, that comes under ethics. You can't force. If your subject is denying to fill any questionnaire, you can't force them, right? You will keep the confidentiality. If somebody is coming to you saying that I have this story, this issue, you are not going to disclose that to his friends or to your colleagues. So these all coming under ethics. We have another slide for ethics that we will discuss it in detail. Deal with human engineering factors, have a strong media presence, work with law enforcement in profiling criminals, and have have had increasing influence in the business world and in the real realm of advertising, to identify just a few of the major activities in which they are engaged. So tell me why psychologists are not engaged. Psychologists are engaged in law. Criminal psychologists, they are able to understand if there is criminal scene. So last time, I think you might have heard the case of Shraddha and Aftab in Delhi, the one they were living together, then he murdered her. That was a famous case. Then there was a interview by Dipti Pornik. She is a forensic psychologist from Mumbai. Okay. So then she said it is not, because that time it became a very huge religious issue in India, news channels and all. Then if you watch her interview, it is still in YouTube and Facebook. So she said it is all about the mindset of people. Like that person was not like, it is all, it's not there is nothing with religious and all. That person, why did he kill her? It was his mind was not working, and it can happen with anyone. You know nowadays the crime rate and all. So to understand their psyche, the psyche of the criminal, it requires criminal psychologists, forensic psychologists. Criminal psychology plays a vital role in that. Okay, advertisement. There was a person who went to Colgate. He said them that I will give you one idea. I need this many crores. They said what? He said you will get more profit. Then you know what was the idea, and he got lot of money. Have anybody heard this? Yes, no, don't know. Say yes or no, or write in the chat box. Yes, no, don't know. Okay, okay, I will tell you. So, what happened if you see, you might have seen 10 rupees Colgate, you might have seen another, that big one, 90, 100 rupees Colgate. Okay, so what he said, you do one thing, you make the knot of the Colgate very big. For example, the knot of Colgate is big. So, if we are taking out Colgate, right? How much quantity, even you see, whenever you are going to buy Colgate or any this product, paste, okay, if you see, when you are buying big one, you will see 40% extra, 30% quantity extra. Always we have for big packets extra. Even Glucon D, even so many things, there is extra this thing, or buy one get one free, or buy this extra, this thing is free with it. Have you seen that in market? Yes.
Yes, sir.
So that there is a psychology. So what he said, what he suggested, suggested that the knot of that Colgate, you make it bigger. Okay, so when you are going to take paste, you won't take this much. We have a habit of putting full. So the quantity, the 10 rupees paste you can spend for 10 days, even the 100 rupees paste you will finish in 10 days. Did you understand how? Because the quantity which will come out of 10 rupees Colgate and the quantity which will come out from 100 rupees paste, this thing, that will vary. In 100 rupees, it will be huge and it will get finished. Are you getting? So, that is how psychology works there. Yes? Okay. Advertisement. Most of the places you might have seen advertisement like 99 rupees. What psychologically we think? It is less than 100. But did you ever saw buying something 99 rupees, if you are giving 100 rupees, he will give you 1 rupee back? Or you will ask for 1 rupee back? No. Again, 999. If we write 1000, he will think, oh, 1000. If you write 999, in saying also, it is very, we are feeling that it is a small amount. Is it true or false? Yes. So that is how it helps in advertisement. Okay, now we have intelligence tests, personality tests, behavioral assessment, and clinical interviews all yield potentially important information about the person being tested. So we have intelligence tests. Intelligence tests where we can identify the IQ of a person, intellectuality of a person, then personality tests. Any personality tests you know? What are personality tests? What are the use of personality tests? Okay. Behavioral assessment. Yes.
Can
Yes.
MBTI?
Yes. Okay. Other than that, okay. So behavioral assessment, clinical interviews. What are clinical interviews? Clinical interviews. Clinical interviews. Okay. One major task of psychologists involved in assessment is to evaluate information provided by many tests, interviews, and observations. So, the major task of psychologists is to involve in assessments to evaluate information. So, for example, when there is a child, if we want to know about their DQ, developmental quotient, so the child we can't interview. If a child is of 2 years or 1 year, how we can interview a child? Then we are interviewing the caregiver or the mother. To understand their DQ, what we are doing is we are asking them the questions like how, where they are able to stand, at what age, birth cry was there, how was the development at 3 months, what was the behavior at 6 months, what was the behavior. So that all they are trying to assess to understand the uh, uh, DQ of the child, right? Okay. Okay. So definition of what psychodiagnostics is by Korchin. So he said in 1981. So the psychodiagnostics is a process that use a number of procedures. So it is a process which uses number of procedures, different methods, different ways intended to tap various areas of psychological functions. So it intend to tap various areas of psychological function. It intend to understand various areas of psychological functioning. So here it is particular psychological functioning. It is all related to psychology, both at a conscious and an unconscious level. So both, not only conscious, at an unconscious level. So what are the tests which we use for unconscious level? Anyone? What is unconscious level? How we can identify unconscious level? Yes, Priya. Anybody?
Verbal, motor, and
No, unconscious tests I am talking about. Unconscious tests. How we can understand the unconscious will or wish or what is going on unconsciously? Sometimes some things thoughts are not conscious. So how we are going to understand that? You have heard about projective techniques, Rorschach ink block test. Yes, TAT. Have you heard the names at least? Okay. Anyway, so by that way we can understand the consciously is, for example, I'm just trying to know about your mental health. For example, how was your sleep, how many hours you slept, what is your current memory, what is your recent memory. Okay, that all we can do through MSc, mental states examination. But if I want to know what are your hidden in your hidden unconscious brain, what thoughts you have, so then we need to do projective techniques. So projective techniques, we have some cards in Rorschach ink block test, right? So in that cards, we are showing that to the client. Then client have to describe that cards, what the client express about that. Or even in TAT, we have some cards. So there are some pictures, and client is supposed to make a story on the basis of that pictures. That way also we can try to understand what unconsciously client is thinking. So that's what at both at conscious level as well as unconscious level, using projective techniques as well as more objective and standardized tests. So to understand conscious and unconscious, we are using projective techniques and more objective and standardized tests. What are objective tests? Objective and standardized tests. What are objective tests? Anyone? I want answers from you guys. Come on. What is objective test or standardized test? This is a property of test. The test should be objective in nature. It is not multiple choice question. Okay, that's not objective. Objective is it should be specific. It should be very brief. It should be more like specific in nature what you intend to know. Okay, then standardizer. What is standardizer test? Anyone? Yes, no? Come on, Priya. Nobody is answering today, huh? Last time at least 2 3 students were answering. Standardized tests, yes? Okay. So standardized tests are those tests which are following the norms. What are norms? Which are objective in nature, which have validity, which have reliability, right? Which have norms. So that's what standardized tests are. Standard, for example, there are questionnaires. You might have seen that Beck Depression Inventory (BDI). That is standardized questionnaire. So we have structured that are also called structured questionnaire. Structured questionnaire which are standardized. Another is semi-structured questionnaire. So semi-structure is which which questions are prepared but it is not standardized and it is in order, and we have unstructured question. For example, when you are going to face an interview, for example you are going to face an interview for assistant professor or for PhD examination, you don't know, and even the teacher does not know what he is going to ask you. It depends on the situation. They may ask you because name and everything they know, but if you say that I am interested in psychology, then they will ask you clinical psychology, they will ask you about clinical psychology. So it will not be okay, I have to ask this question to this student, this question to this student, right? So randomly any question can come and they will ask this. So that is what unstructured questionnaire is. Unstructured usually happen when you are going for interviews. They don't have set of questions which they are going to ask you. They will ask you what are your preferences. Accordingly, they are going to ask you. Right? In both cases, interpretation may rest on symbolic signs as well as scoreable responses. So, in both cases, projective and as well as this, interpretation may rest on symbolic signs. So, we have some symbolic signs. For example, if you have seen Rorschach ink block test, there are some codings which represent different scores, right? Even in TAT, it is there with the goal of describing individuals in persons. Even in this, even in questionnaires, we are saying them that this is agree, disagree, and the grading will be with us. We are not showing them this has this marks, this has this pointers, or this has this score. Otherwise that will affect their responses. If I'm saying you, if you answer this question, this option has 1 point, this option has 5 pointers, which option you will opt? You want to get more pointers, right? Even though if it is how much stressed you are, you will say I am 5 points stressed, right? So you want pointers, you don't want like then reality won't be revealed. So that's why if you see most of the questions are not given with marks. They are given with strongly agree, disagree, neutral, strongly disagree, like that. Rating scales. Are you guys getting something or not? Testing, assessment, and clinical practice. Since the early 1980s, the practice of clinical psychologists have shifted steadily from an emphasis on assessment and diagnosis to emphasis on psychotherapy and adjustment. So, since 1980s, the more shift has been focused on assessment and diagnosis. So to understand the psychotherapy and which sort of psychotherapy we are going to give and adjustment related issues. White and Baker's survey suggested that over 85% of practicing clinical psychologists used tests, and that over one third of their therapy time was devoted to test administration and evaluation. See, if you go to a doctor, I have seen some doctors who will just say you first, they won't write any medicine. So in prescription, what they will do is they will just ask you to go for this test, urine examination, blood examination. Sometimes what happens is it is very difficult to by just knowing the story of a patient to diagnose, because there is something called comorbidity. Last time we already discussed that, if you remember what comorbidity is. Did we discuss the term comorbidity last time?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what is that?
Having two or more illnesses or disorders together, like both schizo and bipolar, or
So when we have symptoms which will fall in both, for example, sleeplessness or agitation, this can be in depression as well as in anxiety or in OCD. So to diagnose, which one I will diagnose now? It will be very difficult for me to diagnose because there are three disorders which have the same. Even borderline agitation may be in borderline also. It can be in borderline anxiety and OCD. So which one I will discuss? Or it can be in trauma. Four. So there is comorbidity of one symptom in four disorders. That's what comorbidity is. Now I have to identify, or I have to understand what are other symptoms in each disorder. So I should know all the four disorders. Fever is in typhoid. Fever can be a normal fever also. Fever can be viral infection also. So now, to like to give proper diagnosis, you might have seen you are having medicine for 1 week. After that, you are not getting any relief. So you are going again. Last time I was ill, I went to one doctor. He diagnosed me with something, fungal infection. Then I went after having 1 week medicine. Then I felt that it is not like that. So, but I had 1 week medicine because of so many other circumstances. I was not supposed to go out and all. So after 1 week, I went to another doctor. She said, "No, how come it is fungal infection? It is different thing." Then she gave medicine. Within 3 days, I was all right. So sometimes even being expert doctor, if he could have just tested or he could have just checked it properly, then he would have identified. So I have to take fungal infection medicine for 1 week, unnecessary. Sometimes it happen with us because of the comorbidity, because lot of diseases, even diseases have same symptoms in different also. For example, there is fever, there is another disease, there is another disease, so they may have similar symptoms. Then it is the capability or efficiency of a doctor to diagnose the proper one. I'm not saying always, but sometimes doctors also misdiagnose. So if there is a good doctor, he will, or if there is a confusion, in that situation doctor always suggested to go for some test. It can be urine test, blood test, or even anything else, right? So saliva test, there are a number of tests, okay? So they can do that. After that, once they get the report, then there will be a proper diagnosis, right? Okay. So what they said is 85% of, even especially in psychology, clinical psychology, there are a lot of symptoms which are like I gave you 3 4 examples, right? So same way, why, if you are consulting a doctor, there will be a 500 of fee for 5 minutes, right? Doctor usually looks at the patient for 5 minutes, maximum 5 minutes, or 10 minutes maximum if it is someone who is very close to them, isn't it? Medical doctor. But if you are going to a psychologist, it will take you minimum 45 minutes. Have anybody ever experienced this, or your friends or anybody? for a psychological session, and even first session may go up to 1 hour or 1 hour 20 minutes, right? Because they have to make sure to understand the problem first. They may do some tests, they may do some other things, so that they will be able to identify it properly, right? So that's what he's saying, 85% of practicing clinical psychologists use tests, and that over one third of their therapy time was devoted to the test administration. So 85% out of 100, 85% are first using psychological tests. They are administering. For example, a client is coming to me saying that I have sleeplessness, I have this, I have this, I have this. I am having appetite issue and all. I can't directly go and give diagnosis of depression, right? Even though if it is following all the symptoms of depression, but still I need to go. It may be because if somebody is, last week they had a marriage function at their home, so obviously because of the frustration, because of the tension, because of the management, there may be sleeplessness. When there is a sleeplessness, there may be appetite issue. When there is an appetite issue, there may be energy less. Okay, so that's why I have to look at the time duration, how long it has been. So for that I need to do the test. Are you getting? Sometimes some symptoms we can closely understand it is this disorder, but to like identify it properly or to diagnose it properly, we need to have a test. That's why it's saying that 85% of psychotherapists or psychologists are doing tests, and they are utilizing more time in testing administration than therapy. That also is important. If it is better, instead of therapy, giving different therapy, or giving therapy without knowing the main problem, without diagnosing the problem. Later on it will take less time. If I know it is clear cut depression, then I don't have to look at anxiety symptoms, I don't have to look at OCD and all. If it is clear cut, even though in my first session, even I am taking much time to have proper diagnosis. Getting? Probably will remain for the foreseeable future. Psychological tests appears to be a common activity regarding of the psychologist's therapeutic orientation, behavioral. Okay, what is difference between psychiatrist and psychologist? Can anybody tell me? We talk about psychologist as well as psychiatrist. What is the difference between psychiatrist and psychologist? Yes, Priya. Anyone? Okay. Then you will find the answer by yourself. The most widely used clinical tests can be divided into three types: individual tests to general mental ability, personality tests, and neurological tests. Individual tests of general mental ability. So, under this, okay, we'll go through this. Then we have personality tests that we know, and neurological tests. Good morning, sir. Sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. Now, good
Yes.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Next Saturday also you have class MPC
Yes. Yes.
005 research methodology.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And Sunday also you have class.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
no?
Yeah. 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 No issue.
Okay, sir. Continue. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates.
5 candidates. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Continue.
Welcome. Welcome. Okay. Sir. Okay. So, first, an evaluation of general mental ability often is crucial for understanding an individual behavior. That's what we were talking about. When initially in the first session, it is difficult. That's why I said in first counseling session or therapy session, the time goes sometimes 1 hour 20 minutes. because it is difficult to understand. We have to understand all the aspects of the client, right? Since many behavioral problems are linked to intellectual deficits. See, sometimes behavior problems, because of the behavioral problem, we are feeling that there is intellectual deficit. So we have to separate it. Secondly, individuals' intelligence tests present an opportunity to observe the examinee's behavior in response to several intellectual demanding tasks, and thus they provide data regarding the subject's persistent maturity, problem solving style, and all. So when we do this intellectual test, it will give us a profile of a client, which includes like uh, their persistency, their maturity, their problem solving style, and other characteristics also. For example, they have given an example of Wechsler's intelligence scale, Waze or WISC, and the Sanford test, right? Most popular intelligence are general mental ability tests. Okay. The Rorschach, which we were talking about, and TAT, MMPI, okay, represents three of the most popular personality tests. So these are the personality tests, right? In intelligence tests, Waze also is there, BKT is also there. Yes. Then the Bender Gestalt is used in the assessment of perceptual disorders and organic dysfunctions, although it may be used for a wide range of diagnostic purposes, whereas the Lura Nambroka battery provide a wide ranging assessment of perceptual, motor, and intellectual functioning. So to understand the perceptual, motor, and so in neuropsychological tests, perception is the functioning of brain, right? So to understand that, we have Bender Gestalt test, and then we have Lura battery, which provides a um, profile about perception, motor, and intellectual functioning. Profiling. So these tests are not, for example, we have Waze or Whisk. So they are giving profiling. Profiling means they are giving this aspect, this aspect, this aspect. For example, uh, if you see, they are giving in this problem solving skills, maturity, persistence, in intelligence. Same way, in this also we are getting perceptual functioning, motor functioning, intellectual functioning, that might be affected by damage of specific portions of the brain. So as we have different parts of brain, if we see, there are four different lobes of brain, and each lobe is responsible for different functioning. For example, occipital lobe is responsible for our vision. If there is any problem in occipital lobe, our vision will get affected. Temporal lobe, like that, right? So each there are lobe, or there are brain parts which are responsible for perception, for language, right? So if there is something, then we can understand, okay, in this brain part we have some sort of issue, right? Variable domains of psychological assessment. So different domains of psychological assessment. Psychodiagnostic assessment methods have been developed for a wide spectrum of trait and state variables affecting human behavior. Following a proposal by Cranbridge, one distinguishes between performance and personality measures. The former referring to measure of maximum behavior person may can maintain, the latter to measure a typical style of behavior. Intelligence tests are examples of performance measures, a test of extraversion, introversion, or trait anxiety, examples of personality measures. So various domains, variable means, last time also I think we discussed about variable is which changes, right? Domains of psychological assessment. So different domains of psychological assessment we have, as we already discussed it. There are personality tests, introversion, extroversion. People who are introvert people and who are extrovert people. Are you guys introvert or extrovert? Yes, no idea. Huh?
So people who are not very comfortable in public or very private people can be introverted, and who gets energy by being around people and fun people mostly are extroverted,
Are
I
you
guess.
introvert or extrovert, Priya?
I sir introvert.
Introvert.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 So even there are a lot of studies which talks about lot of psychological issues with different personalities, like being introvert. What would be the probability of psychological issues? Being extrovert, what will be would be the probability? Okay. Type A, type B, type C personality. You might have heard about type A, type B, type C. Yes, or AB. Okay. So that we will discuss later. Performance variables. These include measures of sensory process, for example, tactile sensitivity, visual, and color vision. So these are sensory. Okay, performance tests. Then we have perceptual aptitude, measure of attention and concentration, measure of learning and memory, psychomotor aptitude. So these are different tests. Anyway, we are not going in detail with this. I already gave you the brief about it. Personality tests. These includes the assessment of primary factors of personality, especially of the so-called Big Five personality. It's a famous test in personality. We have Big Five test, Ocean, the acronym of Big Five, right? And motivation, structure, and interest. Okay. So there are a number of other personality tests also, which help us to understand the personality profile. Yes, data sources for psychological assessment. What are the data sources? By a rough estimate, more than 80% of all published assessment methods will be questionnaires or objective tests. So, data sources means how we are getting the how we are doing the psychological tests. So, they are saying roughly we have 80% of tests which are paper pen, like questionnaires. What is a questionnaire? Or objective tests. What is a questionnaire? Anyone? Have you ever filled any questionnaire in psychology? Like anybody came to you that they need your help to fill the questionnaire. Have you ever filled? Yes, no?
But in first year we uh, gave some questionnaires to someone else too.
Huh, you have done that on others, but you don't know, huh?
Is
Okay.
it?
So which questionnaire you gave? Name, do you remember the name of the questionnaire? There is a questionnaire on social support. Okay. There is a questionnaire on psychological capital. There is a questionnaire on self-esteem. There is a questionnaire on hopelessness. There is a questionnaire on depression. There is a questionnaire. There are questionnaire. That's what they are saying. 80% of the data we are getting through questionnaire method. So for most of the variables, we have questionnaire, right? And they will be at the rating scale. Even sleep related issues, social media issues, there are questionnaires. N number of. If you Google, you can get n number of free questionnaires which you can use. Okay, so that's why it's saying 80% of the assessments are done through questionnaire or objective tests. That's what questionnaire or objective tests, which are very specific. Questionnaire is which is in rating scale. For example, I gave you example of a questionnaire which is standardized. For example, I have standardized a questionnaire. I can show you. 1 second. Give me a second. If you see psychological capital scale, this is the manual actually. So introduction and all. If you have seen any manual of a scale, you might have. Now I will show you the questionnaire directly in this. This is a questionnaire. See, this scale is meant for psychological investigation. Given in each statement, please tell us how you feel about it. Please rate each statement on a 5-point scale as given to right side. Select only one option which is most close to your feelings. There is no correct or wrong statement, right? So now you have to give anyone, you have to take here anyone here. For example, strongly disagree, disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree. So this is a 5-point Likert scale. See, there are 26 items in this scale, and it is in Hindi also. This is my own scale, so I published it. It is in even in Urdu also. In 3 languages, I have published this scale. So this is standardized scale. Now you will say, what is standardized scale? Standardized scale is when you have, these are norms. You should have norms. That is one. That is the last criteria. You should have validity. This is the validity. Then you should have reliability. Average, variance, extract, compose, reliability. These all things should be there. Composite reliability, overall psychological well-being, Cronbach alpha. This is, so it is has 0.91 validity, which is very good validity actually. So this is a scale. I will show you another one. Here, let's see. Fantastic. See, Manual of Psychological Capital. This is mine. This is published in Manas Psycho Home, Delhi. Manual for Psychological Capital. Yes. So this is a standardized scale. It is published. Some standardization should have publication. It should be having validity, reliability, objective, and norms. So this is one scale. This I was talking about. Like this, we should have a scale. Another one I will show you. Social support, for example, manual for social support scale. Okay, this is published in Agra. Okay, on only one page because we can't put full scale in our manual and all here because there is a copyright issue. That is the reason. Okay, 1 second. Let me check. Uh, it's not coming. Huh. Okay. Did you understand now what is questionnaire? Yes. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. I think some responses. Okay. Okay. Great. Yes. So that is questionnaire. As we shall see in this session, the range of possible assessment data sources extend considerably further through, and in a practical assessment work, to psychologists tend to complement, cross-check, or simply expand their assessments by some or several non-questionnaire or non-test methods. Non-questionnaire or non-test methods. For example, what is non-questionnaire or non-test methods? Where some of the things, for example, appearance, we have in mental status examination. Have you seen the mental status examination form? MSE? Yes, no.
No, sir.
Okay, okay. No, last year I think in practical, first year you might have seen that. In practical, it was there. Anyway, no issue. I think in psychotherapy I will show you that in another class. Okay, anyway. Yes, so non-questionnaire is, for example, some questions we ask. For example, we ask about, okay, appearance. I don't have to ask you how is your appearance, right? These questions are which are not like I will ask you. So non-questionnaire. Some questions I will ask you, okay, it won't be there whether you are married or single, whether you are gender, okay, you are male or female. So that is non-questionnaire or non-test method. Sometimes some of the aspects we can figure out by just looking at the individual, and sometimes we can ask about the marital status, about the region you are from, about the like other socio-economic status or socio-demographic detail that we can ask, but not through questionnaire. It's not required to be in questionnaire. Actual and biographical data. This category refers to the descriptive data about a person, life history, education, professional, and medical records possible. Even if you see mental status examination, in that there is first portion this only where we have like demographic details. Demographic details is, for example, your age, your height, your weight, your education qualification, your family history, your professional history, your medical records if you have any. Possibility also criminal records, age and all, year of school, your school history. If you have watched the movie Bhool Bhulaiya, have you watched anybody? Or this one you watched, no? Last time I gave you example of that multi personality and disorder. What is that movie in South only? It is
Aparichitu.
Aparachit. You have watched that movie. How they are going to the history when they are identifying that what happened to with his sister, right? So later on, only they are saying us that story because first there was a client. Then later on, only they are going and they are trying to identify his history from childhood. But in psychology, even when a person is as a fetus inside the mother's womb, so that time also we need to identify whether mother had any issues. Even if a mother is smoking, that will have impact on the baby. If a mother has some sort of weakness, no, malnutrition and all, that will also have effect, and that will also cause later on some psychological problem in the child. As last class also we discuss about the oral phase. If there is no gratification of sucking behavior, as per Sigmund Freud, they will be addicted to smoking and other things. Are you getting? So we need to identify from the like from conception till present age if there is any problem. You might have seen if in such cases doctor used to ask, okay, when there was a time of pregnancy, how was your relation with your husband, how was your relation with your in-laws? That also impacts that baby, right? age, and okay, so this all is coming under demographic details. Behavior tree. This refers to a physical tree of traces of human behavior like handwriting, specimen, okay, products of art and expression, drawing, composition. Okay, by these things also we can identify the anxiety, the person's internal thought process, and all. Behavior traces, behavioral observation, another thing. In some sense, behavior observation will form part of each and every assessment. So I need to show you this MSE. Just a second. Mental state segment. Okay, just a second. I will show you entire. See, this is the case management mental states examination. Introduction part is there. What mental status? It is actually not the form. It is about the man. This is the manual of mental states. Observing the client. What to observe. So all aspects, general appearance, behavior, thought process. These are things which we can understand by observation only. Suicidal or homicidal ideation, judgment. Okay, so these all how to observe, how we can observe this by their behavior. General terms used in documentation, primary language and other things, presenting problems, psychiatric history. This all is in mental states examination. Outline. Okay, description, appearance, dress and grooming. We can't ask them how is your dress and grooming, so that we can understand by just their appearance only. You may find the person's appearance to be average, multicolor, slightly unkempt, or disheveled. The person may have body odor or no makeup that is skillful applied or garsh makeup. So that all you can identify, because this will help you. When people are doing lot of makeup, that sometimes means that they are in a depression, right? Oh. Physical characteristics, note these features, their outstanding look at a bodybuilder, importance, physical features and disabilities. Note voice quality, is it strong, weak, or hoarse, halting. So the pitch and everything, there are questions for each and everything. So speech and language. Speech is important because it's the primary means of communication. So pressure, monitors, emotional extent. So these all things we need to identify. These all comes under mood. How is the mood? Normal, feeling out, affect. So this all neurovegetative symptoms of depression. Insomnia, middle insomnia, terminal insomnia, hyposomnia, cognitive functioning. These all are aspects in mental states examinations. I can send you this also, or you can just Google it. I just Google it and did it. Now we will see just a brief about this, if you are able to hear. Getting the voice of this video? Yes, no?
No, sir. Maybe play again once. No.
One second. Let me check again. Okay, one second. Now you are able to hear?
No, sir.
Okay. Stop sharing. Okay. I will try to check it later. We'll start our this thing only. Let me check wrong. So now you got brief idea what MSc is, mental states examination. So by that we can have this, what is behavior trace, what is behavioral observations, then behavior rating, expressive behavior, and through projective techniques as we earlier discussed, how TAT and RE, Rorschach King block test, RIBT, helps us. Questionnaire. Ordinary personality questionnaires, interest surveys, and attitudes are opinion schedules were devised as structured interviews in written. I was talking about structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. So questionnaires are structured interviews which are standardized. I think this already good. Objective test. Test constitute to core of psychological assessment instrument. It is through though them that psychological assessment have reached its level of scientific credibility and wide range of application. So objectivity, a test is a sample of item, questions, problems are chosen as a sample in a representative manner to universe of items, questions or problems indicate the trade. Okay, so objectivity means, for example, if H2O, right? H2O means what? H2O means water, right?
Water. Yeah.
Yes. So it is in India, water. It is on moon also water. It is in US also water, right? Same thing. Objectivity means when we can generalize it, universalize it. For example, what if I am testing personality test? I am saying you are introvert in India. So if you are going to US, it should show me the same results. Or if I am doing the test in US, it should show me the same characteristics of introvert person. So being introvert, you are not having much friends. Being introvert, you are not uh, going for parties, functions, and all. So in US, it should be also having the same symptoms, that these are the introvert people who have this characteristics. That's what objectivity is, and it should be very specific. I want to understand your introvert behavior. It should not show me some other personality trait. It should not show me your brain capability. Are you getting? So what it intends to show, that's why it's saying objective. Be specific. We always say people now, be very specific, be objective. What you mean to say, actually what you really want. I'm not getting you, you are confusing. You should not be in a vague, it is a vague statement. You give me an objective statement, or what is your objective to do this. Usually we use such terms. Psychophysiological data. All variations in behavior and conscious experience are now new nervous system based. Willy actually input from the hormones and in the in immune system respectively, and from peripheral organic. Okay, so psychophysiological data is that data which we are getting through physiological tests. For example, you might have heard about electroencephalogram test, EEG, MEG, fMRI, MRI, right? Have you heard about this? ECG. These are all physiological or psychophysiological tests. Getting? So this data also we are getting by these tests. For example, if your palpitation is very high, you are going, so doctor will recommend you just do ECG, EEG, right? fMRI, brain. What is MRI and fMRI? Anyone know? MRI and fMRI? Magnetic resonance imagery is MRI, fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imagery. So these tests are very standardized tests, and it takes, even if somebody is going for MRI, it costs 4 5 thousand, and if fMRI it costs up to 10,000. So these are very expensive tests. fMRI shows us the functioning of brain. When our brain is in function, we can see in the camera, like system, how the functioning is going on, if there is any problem. So this all shows us some physiological brain functioning, physiological data, right? Practical applications. So what are practical applications of psychodiagnostics? Assessment of intelligence and other aptitude functions. Clearly this is the primary domain of objective behavior tests. The test of cognitive and other aptitudes were among the first methods, um, methods of assessment were to be developed. The German psychologist William Stem suggested an intelligence quotient (IQ) defined as trial ratio of mental age over biological age. So you might have heard about mental age and biological age. What is mental age and what is biological age? IQ. If I want to identify a person's IQ, mental age is at what, like, for example, biological age. Biological age is when you are born. I am born on this year, particular year. Okay. So what is your mental age? Mental age is if a person is, so what type of performance I am doing. Sometimes we use say why you are behaving like a child. We mean to say your mental age is very low. Mental age is a you look so mature. So your mental age is very high. Through that we are calculating our IQ. Are you getting? Mental age is, for example, sometimes we are saying, oh, this kid is performing like he is 10 years old, he's 3 years old, right? So that's what mental age is. Biological age is the original age which we have, right? Psychological assessment in clinical context, MMPI was a classical type. Okay, this you can read. Methods of behavior assessment. Okay. Something called self-report behavior. So a self-report inventory is a personality inventory in which a person is asked which of the list of traits and characteristics describe her or him, to indicate which behavior and hypothetical choice he or she would make. So self-report method. Self-report method is I am giving you a questionnaire. I am asking you, for example, I am giving you two choices. So we have one questionnaire on interest based, like for career counseling. In that we have two type of options. Do you, for example, hypothetical example, do you prefer to wake up early morning or late morning? Okay. Do you prefer to be with friends or be lonely? These are hypothetical questions I am trying to make you understand. So some traits we are making, okay, these are the traits, so which one you fall in when we are giving choice. So in that the client by themselves are choosing something. That's what self report method is. Self report method is when client is giving their report on basis of some, for example, I am asking some, I am giving in this also, I am giving some questions with options, but it can be dichotomy. For example, we have a scale on locus of control. If you have heard about locus of control, have you heard about locus of control? Yes, no, don't know. Locus of control. Okay. So locus of control is a concept. It is a personality type. Those, there are people who fall in internal locus of control. There are people who fall in external control, locus of control, and there are people who fall in between. So, what are the characteristics of internal locus of control people are? If they fail, I fail in my exam, I will say it is because I did not study. It is because I am lacking the potential. It is because of myself. External locus of control, what they will say? It was not wish of God, that's why I failed. My friends did not help me, that's why I failed. Teacher make very difficult paper, that's why I failed. So they will make external stimulus responsible for their own failure. Those are extraneous, those are external locus of control. And now there are again, as I say, introvert, extrovert. In locus of control also, people are associated with some psychological disorders. For example, who will get depression? Those who are internal locus of control or external locus of control? Who's having more probability to be depressed?
Internal level.
Even in personality type introvert, they have more tendency to be in depression because they are not very much social. They are not very much like with people, because usually the people who are very social will be taking out their anxiety, will be sharing with people, and also there is less. So the people who are introvert or who are internal locus of control are more prone to depression, isolation, suicidal ideation, and other things. Right. So it is better to always be with people, mingle with people, or try to, even I am an introvert, I am not very extrovert, so try to, now again, if you are not with people, it's not the only criteria. Being extrovert means just to be with people. You can be with some other thing. For example, I, today is Sunday, today I came to college with laptop. This is also being engaged with things. I don't like holidays if it is continuously 2 3 days. So I am always being into studies or being into some other things. So that will also save you from such problems. When you are not having any work, when you are not doing anything, you will get unnecessary sometimes thoughts, uncontrollable negative thoughts. What I am doing? Why is this happening? Well, you will think about job, you will think about n number of things which will give you negativity, which will give you stress, that will lead to other issues. Are you getting? So it's not about being internal locus of control or being introvert, as that there is a tendency, but you can be saved from that. I have seen people who are very even most of the scientists, Einstein, most of the very great scientists of world, they were introvert. Okay. So there is nothing wrong to be introvert or to be extrovert, but to save ourselves, to be in safer zone, we need to engage ourselves in some sort of activities. Always, whoever coming to me for counseling, because I was working as a counselor for 2 years, 2.5 years in Apollo. So they used to have this only, sir. I don't, especially during this thing, during COVID, I was doing free counseling to people, because that time lot of people have complaints like they have fights at home. Why they have fights at home? Because they are not doing anything, then obviously they will criticize their family members, then there will be fight. When you are idealistic, then obviously some sort of negative thoughts will come. Why this is here, why this is not there? Are you getting? So that will lead to a conflict. So I used to suggest to them, do some yoga, do some exercise at your home. Even though some people used to give excuse that gym is also closed or there is COVID, there is a, do in your bedroom. There are n number of exercises which you can do in your bedroom. There are n number of novels, you start reading novels. There are n number of your interest things, you start doing that, so that your brain will be engaged with something to save the conflict. Lot of people gain weight during COVID, because they were eating, sitting, not doing anything. So I used to go in Hyderabad. I used to go for walk at 2 o'clock night, after everything is set down. So we used to go with friends out for 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Okay, so it is important to have walk, to do this thing, to maintain ourselves physically as well as mentally. And again, if you are mentally stressed, it will lead a physical. If you have tension, you will always, most of us will have always symptoms of headache, and then we have migraine, then we have some other psychological problem, tiredness. So if you are mentally ill, it will lead to physical illness. If you are physically ill, somebody met with accident or somebody is hospitalized, they are physically ill, that will lead to mental illness. How? Oh, I had this meeting, how I can do that? My boss, what will he will think? Well, my kids, my family, my this thing. So lot of thoughts will come there, then the person will go into some psychological disorder, isn't it? So these are like vicious circle. One leads to another, another leads to another. If you are physically ill, it will lead to mental illness, it will lead to social illness. How? Social related this thing, right? Then you will feel how your family is thinking, how your friends, you are not going to attend some party, they will feel bad, right? So it will lead that you are not socially connected with people, spiritually connected with spirituality. So then one leads to different aspects of problems. So coming back to our self-report method, so in this we are just taking a self-report on the choice-based items from any aspect. For example, there are questionnaires. Variety of self-reported questionnaires are there, which have been research on subjects engaging, reflecting the multifaceted nature of construction. Okay, for example, we have beliefs and expectations, learner beliefs and expectations, self-efficacy, task interest levels, use of effective and deep rather than shallow and surface. So there are some tests which are self-reported tests. Examples of MMPI 2 is self-reported, 16 personality factor in this thing. California in personality inventory MMPI. So these all are self-reported tests. Strengths and weaknesses of self-reported test. So what are strengths and weaknesses of self-reported? Self-report inventories are often a good isolation when researchers need to administer a large number of tests. If I have a large number of tests, for example, I want to conduct a study, I want to collect a database from 100 students. So if it is self-reported, I can give them, they will fill it and return it back to me. I can save lot of time. Many self-report inventories can be completed very quickly, often in a little of 15 minutes. This type of questionnaire is an affordable option for researchers facing with a tough budget. Even it can save me budget instead of like time and all. Formats of self-report inventories. It can be in the form of interview, The clinical interview is the most widely used method of clinical assessment and is particularly advantageous in the earlier stage of assessment. The most silent of its advantage is flexibility. The typical interviews begin with broad-based inquiry regarding the client's functioning. As the interview progresses, it becomes more focused. So first, whenever you are meeting a client, you will have a broad this thing. Then it will narrow down. Then you will talk about, for example, what I showed you, mental states examination. Each aspect and each question, then you will talk about. Okay. Then we have added, okay, steps in behavior interviewing. So, for example, we have to interview a client for his behavior, this thing, behavior related issues. Identify the problem and specify target behavior. So, first we need to identify a problem and specify target behavior. What is our target behavior? We have to specify that. Identify and analyze relevant environmental factors. Now we have to identify and analyze what are the factors which are leading to that. Then develop a plan for intervention. We have to develop a plan how we are going to recover that problem. Implement this plan. Then we are implementing this. Evaluate the outcome of treatment. So then we have to evaluate outcome of treatment after different sessions, how much the person has recovered. Modify treatment as needed and reevaluation outcome. Now, whether we need to modify the treatment or reevaluation, it will be on the basis of reevaluation. When we do reevaluation, how much the client is. For example, when even we are going for physician, he will give us medicine for 1 week. After that, he will say. After that, sometimes he changes some medicine, or he reduces some medicine, or sometimes he adds some medicine. Right? In general. Questionnaire. So we discussed already. Direct observation and self monitoring. Key characteristics of direct observation and recording of behavior. Behavior is observed in a natural setting. So, for example, what is behavior is observing in a natural setting? Natural setting means that you don't know that somebody is observing your behavior. Right? For example, you are in a field, I am watching you from bit far place and you don't know you are being watched. Okay. That is observation in a natural setting. You are working at your home, so researcher is watching you using CCTV camera or something. Natural setting. Then behavior is recorded or coded as it occurs. So behavior is recorded or coded as it occurs. So that's called verbatim. Verbatim is whatever the client says, we are copying that only. Even if we translate it, for example, I don't know Hindi, so I'm translating it in English. Hypothetical, I'm telling you, I know Hindi. Okay, so when I am translating it, sometimes what I mean with this word, so yesterday only I was watching this thing. So there was a translator. He asked him to translate. So he said, students know. So he said, "Yeah, no, no. There was whole college. He said, Gadde mein college. Okay, so it should not be in that way translation. Are you getting? So sometimes some no, KNOW, no, and no means no, nahi. Okay, so sometimes we need to understand translation have impact, because what you mean to say in one language does not mean what we are translating in different language, another language, right? So that's why we need verbatim. Verbatim is actual what the client says. So actual recording. Impartial objective observations record behavior. Impartial, where there is no partiality. Impartial objective observers record behavior is described in clear, crisp terms and required little or no inferences by the observer. So there should not be any inferences. It should be in clear, crisp terms. right? Types of direct observation. This is not required. Wait, assessment in clinical. Okay, now we have assessment in clinical psychology. As psychological assessment can be formally defined as many ways. Clinical assessment involve an evaluation of an individual's strengths and weaknesses, a conceptualization of the problems at hand, as well as possible etiological factors. What is etiology? I have been talking from last two classes. Etiology. Yes. Etiology is cause for any
The
psych.
historical or the base main cause or reason.
Uh, Cause or reason for problem. Etiology, cause, simply. And some prescription for elevating the problem. All of these lead us to a better understanding of the client. Assessment is not something that is done once and then is forever finished. In many cases it is an ongoing process. So sometimes assessment, it is not like once we did assessment blood test, okay, you have B positive, so then we don't have to check after 6 months your blood is not going to be B negative, right? That is one time test. But if we now need to understand your hemoglobin level HB level, it may be now it is 13 gram, after 2 months it may be 15 or it may be 11, it may vary, right? So clinical assessment same way is, today you are in a happy mood, so your happiness index is very high. After 1 week, there may be some situation, it may vary. Even tonight only it may vary. So psychological assessment is also vary like that. Except some, like in physical assessment, we have blood test. So it is not going to vary. So for example, blood group, it will be same way IQ. If we measure in psychology, so today you are saying my IQ is 100, tomorrow you are saying it is 110, that is also not possible, right? So some tests are which are statistic, and some tests varies. And even if we are doing a lot of assessments are like, we have to repeat it. For example, a person who is coming with depression symptoms, his depression level is 40 in BDI, that depression inventory. After 1 month I am doing it, come to 32, so there is a progress. After again 1 month I am doing it, it is 25, so he is recovering. Are you getting? Yes. Okay, so that's what psychological assessments are like, not just done for once and it is done forever, so we can do it so that sometimes it varies, right? Psychological assessments. Test to identify illness or disease. Sometimes one test identifies the source of problem, such as X-ray revealing tumor or a blood test showing low iron level or anemia. However, some illnesses are not so clear-cut, requiring a battery of tests. Battery of tests, which includes many tests. Medical procedures to accurate diagnosis complex conditions. So even in psychological assessment, in medical assessment, sometimes, we are doing one test, after showing that test doctor is suggesting another test. If this is there, then we need to clear cut it, we are writing another. So same way in this also, psychology also, sometimes we are writing one test, so to make it clear we are writing another if there is a comorbidity or some other clinical situation. Clinical psychology tools are also are used to diagnose learning disabilities, determines competency to stand trial for a crime, and guide individuals into a deeper understanding of their vocation and vocational likes and dislikes. So and also clinical psychologists just tools also are used to diagnose learning disabilities. Learning disabilities. If you have watched a movie Tare Zameen Pe, the Ishan, I think, was the name of that guy in that movie. So that baby was not able to, that kid was not able to read. He has
Dyslexia.
Dyslexia, exactly. So he has dyslexia. So to identify, there are psychological tests which help us. We need to identify. Determine competency to stand trial for a crime. So recently there was a case. No, no. Even in this Calcutta rape case, you might have heard psychological tests have been used for the client, for the culprit, right? So in criminal psychology also there are many tests. Lie detector is there. There are other tests also which helps us to guide whether the person is involved or not. Guide individuals into a deeper understanding of their vocational and vocation likes or dislikes. Sometimes there is a test in psychology which helps us to identify. For example, I want to become engineer, but I am very weak in maths. So how is it possible? So that also we need to identify what are our interests, which field is better for us, which field is not better for us. Are you getting? So that way we can use such tests. It helps us. Even it helps us to choose which field we are going to choose. Why I came into teaching, there is a history. I was working in Apollo Hospital. I was very happy over there. I had a very good feedback in counseling. But once I got a chance to teach in a college where I felt that I am not for counseling, I am for teaching. When I got the response for my teaching skill, literally I felt that I am made for teaching, and teaching is my passion, research is my passion. So I thought, which is the best field I should shift. Then I shifted after 3 years into academics. Are you getting? So sometimes we don't know what we are made for. Sometimes like my parents used to say that you have to go into law and all. So once I went with my dad and I saw an advocate who was asking for money and all, then I was laughing. And I said, my dad, do you think if my neighbor is coming and I will ask him to give money for anything? Because I am not very assertive. So he said, no, I know. Then I said, we have to sell our property to solve others' cases, whatever the basic charges will be there. So I was not very good, and I can't say lie. If I say lie, I will be full red and all. So my personality is not for that. Then I have a younger brother. He is very good at law. Even judge used to call him sometimes. That much motivated he is. He is doing very good in that. So currently he is pursuing PhD, but he was perfect for that. So always, sometimes our personality also is made for some particular job. Some personality are suitable for police only. Some personalities are suitable for academic. Some personalities are suitable for this and that. Are you getting? So to understand that also, we need to have this profiling where we will be very fit. If you are not very assertive, you can't be in some administrative posts. If you are not very strict, then also you can't be in something. Some places you need a very polite person. Some places you need a very like strict person. Some places you need a different type of person. So recently my department, they gave my name for timetable coordinator. They said it is a very hectic job and it is very difficult to make every faculty like happy with the timetable. So you have very high patience, you be a timetable coordinator. So I said, okay, no issue. So they identified that, okay, this person have this skills to motivate anyone, or to have a patience. If others are there, they will just resign, because 2 3 people resign from that post. So they understood that this person have very good patience level. That's why we are supposed to give this person this. I have I have students, I used to give them topic according to their choice, according to their performance, like where they are very much suitable, where they can achieve more. So it is very important to understand the personality of person to assign the work. Sometimes if a person is very aggressive, you can't argue with that person, even though being a professor or being a teacher. What if that argument went in fight or something? So sometimes you need to understand with whom to argue and with whom. If there is not a maturity in the opposite person to argue, then you should not argue unnecessary. Then that is equal to just suicide. So you need to that also you need to understand to whom to talk how, right? Okay. Psychologists as detectives, so this is a role where as a detective what sort of assessments they are doing. Comprehensive assessment, psychological assessment an important tool. Reliability and validity, what we were talking about. Reliability means that an experiment or test reports the same results after a repeated measure of trial. So for example, today I tested something, it will repeat, if I repeat it after 10 days, it will show me the same similar results. It is not I am measuring today's stress. After 10 days, it is giving me the result of depression, or after 10 days, it is giving me the anxiety result. It will give me the stress results only. Okay. Types of psychological tests. Thousands of psychological tests exist, all falling in one of the following category. So there are different categories. We have almost 9 categories. So there are thousands of tests which fall at least in any one of these. Intelligence IQ tests, cattle culture fear tests, cognitive abilities tests. We have Thurston scale or Likert scale, attitude tests, personality tests, uh, depression child behavior checklist, back depression inventory I was talking about. Projective tests, Rorschach block test, comes under personality. Direct observation tests such as parent child interaction assessment. Okay, so these are all different types of tests, psychological tests, and all the tests are falling under these only. Addiction assessment, assessment of client functioning in a critical component of both treatment outcome evaluation and assessment of individual level of need for individual treatment planning and this thing. This is especially true for the duly diagnosed client with multiple consummate needs a variety of levels. The functioning assessment of mental health and addiction. Okay, so addiction assessment, it can be any sort of addiction. Nowadays what addiction we have? Too much mobile phone addiction, internet addiction, right? So these addiction assessments, there are n number of, if you see, if you google, you will get n number of scales which are measuring mobile phone, internet addiction, gaming addiction. There are n number of addictions nowadays, so there are scales for that only also. Several mental illness exist independently of substance abuse. Persons would meet the diagnostic criteria of major mental illness even if there were not a substance abuse problem present. Okay, not fair. Uh, Development of the scale. So how we are going to develop a scale, that I will tell you by without showing also. So to develop a scale, for example, we need to identify any variable. For example, do you have any variable where you find there is no scale? Yes, no, anyone? Yes, variable. For example, I want to understand the social support scale. There was already existing social support scale, but what I could find is nowadays people have are getting social support by different ways. If you see earlier scales on social support, they were talking about family support, friends support, and significant others. But in my research, what I could find is there is something called social media support. Because I have seen, I did my PhD in 2019, so I have seen what usually happen with people Nowadays, at that time, 2019, people used to be attached with those people who they don't know. People used to send friend requests and make friends online. Either it is on social media sites, and they, if I have heard so many cases like they used to make friends online, they used to share everything with them. Nowadays also again it is misleaded, like again there is a lot of crime is going on based on this. You might have seen there was a person who a girl came from Maharashtra to Haryana to meet his Instagram friend. A person went from this state to this state to meet Instagram or Facebook friend. So this all happened. Even from abroad also, some other countries also, people used to come India, or people used to go from India to other countries also. It is all about social media friends. I'm not saying all are like, all are fraud and scam, but people are, when you don't know somebody, there may be a fraud or scam. If you know somebody, that is okay. So in that way, I thought, why can't I add some other different domain in this social support? So I added that social media support, because people used to talk to some person, like earlier we had pen friend. We used to send letters to somebody who is there, who we never met. So now on social media, people have friends who they don't know. They will send messages. They will share everything. I had this problem, this problem, like that. So I start developing a scale. So what is the procedure to develop a scale? So first thing is, first I need to identify the variable. So I identified it is social support. Then I need to identify the domains. What all domains should come under that? When I identify the domains, then I need to identify the items. Then I have made items. I have made, for example, 50 items. Then I need to give it for expert review. For example, there are 5 psychologists who work on that field. I am sending them to rate it. If there is any question which you don't want me to keep, if there is any additional or something, so I got that. That's called face or content validity. So once you are done with that, then you need to go with data collection. Once you are doing the pilot study for that, you will get data. Then you have to check the reliability and validity, which items you want to keep and which items you want to remove. Okay, so that you will do through analysis. So once I had made at least 80 items, then it remained, final scale was 21 items, because there was a lot of cut and short. Okay, so then I have to check validity, reliability. Then I have to create the norms by having Z scores. So that way we can develop. Then it should be published also somewhere. So that is what scale development is. Clear? So scale can be developed on any variable, but it should be following the proper procedure, right? Okay. Assessment in clinical psychology. So how we do assessment in clinical psychology? Okay, so assessment, psychology assessment is utilized in clinical psychology primarily for purpose of differential diagnosis, treatment planning, and outcome evaluation. So when we are planning to treat some disorder, so to understand that disorder, we are going to first assess that, whether the symptoms and all. But by assessing only, we are, by assessment we can be able to give the diagnosis. So even when we are going to a physician, when he writes the test, then only after getting the report he is diagnosing, okay, this person is having this issue. Same in psychology, when we are going to uh, get the test report, then only we will be able to say whether the person is having any psychological disorder or not. Once we are giving the diagnosis, after that, we are going to decide on therapy. Which therapy is best for which diagnosis? For example, there are n number of psychological disorders. Now, we know, for example, CBT is best for depression. REBT is best for OCD, right? So, If now we have a CBT client, sorry, if we have a depression client, depressive client, or OCD client, accordingly, we have to decide a therapy. Planning a therapy. Therapy planning for patient we need and want to receive psychological treatment involves deciding on the appropriate setting to which to deliver the treatment, where we will deliver the treatment. So setting, estimating the duration of the treatment, how much duration it will take, selecting the particular type of treatment to be given, so which therapy we are going to give. Conducting therapy. Psychological assessment can play a key role in conducting therapy by helping to identify in advance treatment targets on which the therapy should be focused, possible obstacles to progress towards these treatment goals. So we know what are different obstacles going to come in our way while giving any sort of treatment. So accordingly, we will keep that in mind, and accordingly we will try to conduct a therapy. Evaluating therapy, whenever we are giving some therapy, we need to also check what is the outcome, whether we are going to a right direction, whether the patient is recovering, the client is recovering or not. So that is what evaluation of therapy. Ethics in assessment. So this we were talking in morning, that what about the ethics. There are 10 common fallacies and pitfalls that plague psychological testing and assessment. Ethics. Mismatched validity. Mismatched validity. What mismatched validity? Validity is, what is validity now? Yes. Validity. What you are going to measure, whether it is measuring that or not, whether it is valid for that or not. Are you getting? Mismatched validity is when it is not matching, right? When validity is not matching what you are going to measure. For example, you are going to measure depression and it is giving you a score of anxiety, so it is a mismatching validity, right? Confirmation bias means I want to show that there is an improvement in my results. Okay, so that's what confirmatory bias is. Or I am expecting that this should be the result and I am getting something different. So there may be manipulation or I may predict it in such a way. That's what confirmation bias is. Confirmation bias is I am expecting something like this. So I will portray it like that only. I will portray it the same way. If I am expecting something, I will portray it the same way. That's what confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is I want to satisfy my this thing. Okay, this was my prediction. I got the same result. So that's what confirmation bias is. Confusing retrospective and prospective accuracy. Switching conditional possibilities. Accuracy, again, when uh, for example I am expecting that this is with full accuracy. So just a second. Confusion with retrospective and prospective accuracy, before and after. For example, there are some tests when we are taking, for example, pre-test and post. I am giving class. So when I am teaching you, I want to know your knowledge on psychodiagnostics before I am attending the class and after I am attending the class, right? So I will be asking you some questions on psychodiagnostics and you will answer me. After giving you a class, I will again do the same test, then you will again answer me. So if there is any improvement, it means my class was effective, you learned something. If there is no improvement, it means it was all wastage of time, you were not listening properly, right? So then, confusing, if there is a contradiction between pre-test and post-test, if there is a confusion, right? Understanding standardized uh, standardized tests. Standardized tests. So when standard tests are under standardizing, what is under standardized tests? Using it, for example, there is a standardized test. There is, for example, there is a scale. If you are translating it or manipulating the items, that also is not allowed when there is a standardized test. If I have standardized test in some, even if you are modifying the sentence, that is also not allowed. It will affect its reliability and validity, because the reliability and validity have been obtained on the basis of that statement. If there is little bit modification or change in that statement, then that is gone. So that's what under standardized test. So that is standardized test, we are making it under standardized. We are changing norms. So norms are, it should be used from age group of 18 to 30. I am using it on 16 to 50. So that is also under standardizing the standard test. Got it? Ignoring the effect of low base rate. When we are ignoring the effect of low base rate, so there is always a baseline. For example, this is a baseline for something. If your score is going ahead of this, so sometimes what we do is we are underestimating or we are ignoring the base rate. We are focusing only on high rate or the lower rate. We are not focusing on the base. Misinterpreting dual high base rate. Misinterpreting means when we are not interpreting it from properly. So misinterpreting. So these all comes under ethics, right? Perfect conditions falsely. So what conditions we have to apply, that we are doing false. You know what is null hypothesis? Sorry, type 1 error. In next paper I will taught you. Sometimes we have to reject our null hypothesis when it is false, but we are accepting it. Sometimes we have to accept it, but we are rejecting it. Wrong decision. Even if signal detection theory you have, even if you have watched the movie Titanic, so how that this thing, ship is hitting the rock, or snow, this thing, ice rock. So that is what false alarm was there. Like there was not a proper alarm. Okay, there is a signal. So lack of signal detection. Signal detection is, for example, there is a signal detection theory in that it is, if there is something, you have to inform. Like when that ship is going on, there will be one person who will be watching from many kilometers that what is ahead. So sometimes there will be a false alarm. False alarm is there is nothing, but we are saying there is something. Sometimes we won't be able to see there is something, but we are not reporting that. Missing alarm. Okay, that is what happened with Titanic ship. So there was missing alarm. The person who was watching it could not identify that. That's why it hit with the rock. And at last moment they had to turn the ship, and it was difficult. Are you getting? So that's what falsely perfect condition. Financial bias. Financial bias means financial bias. So for example, I had to spend 10,000 rupees on some sort of assessment for this thing and this thing. I am trying to save it, so it will even affect the results. The test I have to do in 1 hour, I am asking you to do, because I have to pay for 1 hour some amount. If it go 1 hour 10 minutes, I had to pay extra. So to save that finance, then I will try to make it in 40 minutes only, right? So financial bias, that way it will have effect on my assessment. Ignoring the effect of audio recording, video recording, or the presence of third play. Okay, for example, now I have two students. I am keeping them in two different classrooms. One, there is very silence and I am asking them to study some topic, and another group I am keeping in another classroom where there is too much noise of fan, noise of outside work and everything. Okay, so that will have effect on the study, right? So that's what, when we are ignoring the effect of audio recording, video recording, if I am in front of camera I become conscious. Okay, sometimes you might have seen people who are very good at speaking, but in front of camera they are not very good. Sometimes you might have seen, if you know that there is a CCTV camera, you will be very cautious, right? Presence of third party observation. If so once I was presenting something, my brother was there, so I could not present. So even when my supervisor used to sit in my presentation, I used to, because I had that fear of my supervisor. I was not very much distinct, I will speak, so that will affect it. Even if my father is in front of me, I can't speak. So that is because of the respect, because of other things, so that will impact our performance. Are you getting?
Sir, what
Yes.
can we do in such cases, like um, we like unstandardizing the standards tests, say like we didn't mention it properly, or so now the test was spoiled, or what can we do once that
See,
is done?
we have to consider the norms of the test.
Mm,
We need to keep in consideration that the norms are this. What, so that's why when you are going to a physician, doctor is saying this medicine you have to eat before meals. This one you have to eat after meals before sleeping. If you forget the order, then it will be a problematic. For example, antibiotic you are having before breakfast, and the DSR, stomach medicine, you are having after breakfast, then you will have immediate reaction, stomach pain and everything. You will feel that fire inside your heart, body. Are you getting my point? So there are norms, like when to use which medicine, how many times you have to apply. Even for some injections and all, they will just test. They will just put one drop, then they will ask for to wait for 10 minutes if there is any reaction. If ever you have heard that, or ever you have observed that, it happened. Okay, some injections are not very much, they are not very much flexible for every body, every skin tune. So then they will take a test first, whether it is having reaction or not. So same way, when there is a norm given that this test should be used from this age group to this age group, so you can't change that. If you change that, then you are making it unstandardized. So my test is a age range of 19 to 30. So if I am giving it to 35 years, even in medicines. So if a baby, we are taking a baby to a hospital, even they will give paracetamol in a liquid form. If there is a small baby, I have niece, that's why I know. And when I was child, I remember which medicine I used to have. So usually it will be in liquid form. Most of the medicines, if a baby is getting, they will be giving in a liquid form with that pump and tube. If you have any relative and all, you might have noticed that. And it will be again, if it is not in this form, and if medicine is not available, then they will ask you, make it in 8 parts or 10 parts. A paracetamol which is 500 mg, make it in 5 parts and give one part at one time. So 100 mg the patient should get. Are you getting? So that we can maintain that norm, otherwise it will be a problematic. So maintaining norms is very important. Otherwise, we are going to make it unstandardized. And in what circumstance we have to? For example, I have a test and I am utilizing it. For example, yesterday somebody has marriage function or somebody's family, some person passed away. Today I am conducting a test on depression level. Won't that yesterday's impact the person on that scale? So it will have some sort of bias, right? So that's why we need to check all these possible factors. Getting it?
yeah, yes, sir.
Huh. Then we have uncertain gatekeeping. What is gatekeeping? Any idea, anyone? Uncertain gatekeeping. Yes. Lack of clear standard. For example, control or regulate of access to information, resources or opportunities by gatekeepers who are unsure or unclear about the criteria or standards for making decision. So ambiguity role, we can say, changing, lack of clear standards. So for example, sometimes when they are not very clear, for example, there is a client and client is accompanied by somebody who don't have clear cut idea about that problem, what the actual condition is, or control of regulating of access of to information. So sometimes, even I have seen some clients, they will come first day, they will not say what actually their problem is, so they will hesitate to share that. Just a second. Okay, so yes, so these are the ethics which we have to follow during our assessment, right? Mismatched validity. Some tests are useful in diverse situations, but no test works well for all tasks with all people in all situations. Huh. Mismatched validity. So that's what I was talking about. Sometimes the situation people are in. Okay. So 2 days, actually 2 3 days back, I need to talk to registrars. But yesterday we have convocation, and I went there. Then I saw his mood was very upset. So I thought, if I go there, if I ask him something or if I talk to him, it won't be good. 3 times I went, I came back. I understood in what situation our registrar sir is. This is like this week only it happened, last week. So 3 times I went to meet him. 3 times I saw he is engaged, he is not in a mood. If it is other person, he might have talked. And then there might have been some sort of different consequences, because obviously we have defense mechanism. Last time we discussed, there is something called projection, there is something called displacement. So registrar can't shout at VC, but he can easily shout at employee, right? Are you getting? When there is a lot of work pressure, if that time you are asking something, okay, so it won't be a suitable timing, right? So we need to understand that. Same way, sometimes there is a situation, for example, a person has some sort of different issue, and I am asking him to give test for this thing. It will obviously impact the results, right? Mismatched validity, what we discussed. Conformity bias, we already discussed these all. Understanding, I will share the PPT with you. Financial bias. Okay. Okay, so we have another thing, APA, American Psychiatric Association. Ethics codes, ethical principles. The ethical codes contain 6 general principles. Competence. Competence means a psychologist maintains high standard of competence, including knowing their own limits of expertise, limiting applied to testing. This might suggest that it is unethical for the psychologist to use a test with which he or she is not familiar to make decision about clients. So, competence. So lot of times I got some job opportunities where they ask me to do something, I directly say no, because I am competent in one way or one thing, I am not competent in another thing. So if I am going in that another thing, then what would be the outcome that may affect the people, right? So we need to be very careful with that. When you are not expert, you should not try for something, especially with human beings, right? Because it is a very crucial stage, or it's a very crucial decision to take for an individual for anything. So competence is very important to know. If you are, I have seen so many people saying, no sir, I am not very expert in this field. Even if somebody calls me, I used to say I am very expert in SPSS, research methodology, statistics. You ask me anything in that. Last time, even I don't know, some college gave me a lecture on organizational psychology. I said, sorry, I can't do that. That is what competence is. I had never interest in organizational psychology. I feel that is boring, even though that is the easiest paper in psychology. So I said, I am not interested in that. I am not very, I can't do justice with that. Are you getting? Clinical counseling psychology, I have taught myself. I have specialization in this, so I can do to some extent just in this. But I can't do just with industrial or organization psychology. That's what competence is. Sometimes if you don't know some test, you can't apply that. Right. So competence is important. Integrity. Psychologists seek to act with integrity in all aspects of their professional roles. As a test author, for example, psychologists should not make unwarranted claims about a practical test. So you need to make integrity. It is very important to maintain integrity in professional role. So psychologists should not make unwarranted claims about a particular test, right? So you have to make that integrity. Professional and scientific responsibilities. Psychologists uphold professional standards of conduct in psychological testing. This might require knowledge when test data can be useful and when it cannot be. This means, in effect, that a practitioner use a test needs to be familiar with the research literature on that test. So, when I am using some sort of test, I should be having knowledge behind the theory of that test or what research have said about the test. So, if I am using any sort of, for example, BDI, back depression inventory, I know lot of researches has been done on BDI, and it has very good outcome and all, right? So on that basis, I am using it. So psychologists should be familiar with the background, with the research, review of literature about that test. Respect for people's rights and dignity. Earlier also we discussed this point. Psychologists respect the privacy and confidentiality of the client and have an awareness of culture, religious, and other sources of individual differences. In psychological testing, this might include an awareness of which a test is appropriate for use with individuals who are from different cultures. So, keeping in view that, that's why I said earlier, if sometimes your client is saying, I am not in a mood to give you a test, you can't force. No, you have to do like in physician, you have to give your blood for testing. There is no other way. But here in psychology, if there is not a person is not in a mood, then what he will do, even if forcefully he is doing that, he will try to finish that. So he will say agree all, disagree all. It will not be consistent, then it will not be appropriate then. So you need to respect their dignity, you need to respect their integrity, you need to respect their rights, you need to keep their data private. You need to respect their privacy and confidentiality. Confidentiality is something important. If, for example, if I have a client and I'm sharing his story to someone, he can put me behind bars If he file a case that I have shared this confidential thing with my counselor and he have shared it with someone, if he prove the evidence, then my career is gone, right? So it is very difficult. It you will need to manage. So I know one case who was working in Apollo, and because of breach of this privacy, he got fired from the service. I know, even my friend only, like when I joined he was working there. After some time he got dismissed from the service, from that company. So it is very important to respect that confidentiality. Now there are situations where you have freedom to break the confidentiality. Can anyone tell me what are the scenarios where you have to break the confidentiality?
So when your client broke some kind of law and he was uh, a criminal, say when it involves law and police work, and they need to know what kind of person, or when the law needs your inputs on.
Okay, other than that. Okay, so number one condition is if there is a self harm or harm to others. If the person is trying to commit suicide, that time you don't have to think about confidentiality. You need to report to their parents or to the police. Or if a person is client is coming and he's saying that I have kept a bomb uh, grenade at some place, right? Where he is going to take, or I am going to kill this person tonight. That time also you need to break that confidentiality. When it is threat to his life, or when it is threat to the society or the integrity of the country, so that time you have to break the confidentiality, right? Okay. Concern for others welfare. So there should be empathy in a psychologist. Psychologists were aware of situation where specific tests, for example ordered by the court, may be detrimental to a particular client. How can these situations be resolved so the both the need of society and the welfare of the individual are protected? So concern for others welfare, sometimes we need to, sometimes there is a time like when court is sending criminals or clients to psychologist for some sort of tests. But I have seen myself for lie detection test in Mumbai. I was that Dipti Pornik, she is a forensic psychologist. I was in her clinic. So there was a client who was not ready to give the test for some this thing. He was afraid of something. He was not. He was denying. Then they asked them, "No issue. It is okay. You come tomorrow." Then they changed the appointment. Are you getting? So sometimes because that we have to respect their integrity. We have to respect the client until and unless it is not proven that he is guilty. Even court is respecting that, right? The same way we have to respect that, and we have to swallow it in a strategical way. Social responsibility. Psychologists have professional and scientific responsibility to community and society. With regard to psychological tests, this might cover counseling against the misuse of tests by the local school. Social responsibility. Being a psychologist, it is not okay. Being an individual, we all have social responsibility. So we need to act in such a way कि it should not affect our society. With regard to psychology, this might cover counseling against the misuse of tests by the local school. So sometimes there is a misuse of tests. What is misuse of tests? How tests can be misused? Okay, if you are going for PhD or if you are going for any research, when you are using any scale, why I am not openly keeping my scale open on my research gate or anywhere? Because I have, what is that called? I forgot the term. I said it earlier when I showed. Copyright. copyright issue is there. I have already given the copyright to the publisher. Now I can't keep it open. Understood? So it is very important to have that copyright. Copyright means, so even if you are using any scale, so you need to get permission from the author whether you are that you are using that uh, scale, so that what will happen, that will maintain there won't be any misuse of the test. Because I have developed some test, you are taking it without my permission, or without giving the credit to the author, that is also a problem. So you need to be a responsible person. So many times some things this happen, like I wrote a paper and somebody else came to across it and he published it before me, right? So that is again coming against the ethics. So we need to take care of that also. So you guys don't want break? I hope Priya only is listening to the lecture. Others are okay. Anyway, we'll have 10-15 minutes break, then we'll continue. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. So we'll be back by 12:45.
Yes. You have something? So we'll be back in 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Are you guys back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we were at now objective of psychodiagnosis. Okay, I had asked you one question. What is difference between psychologist and psychiatrist? I need to get answer first to that. Yes, come on. I want answer. Priya, you can try.
So, psychiatrist is someone like who can deal with mm more serious mental illnesses. Like, so if there is something, for example, sir, like
Hmm.
schizophrenia and all will be dealt with psychiatrist, and psychologist, um, something that can be changed, like smaller things. I'm not exactly sure how to say
Okay.
it out
What
loud,
what
but
is the what is the education qualification of a psychologist and a psychiatrist?
a psychiatrist has to complete his MBBS.
MBBS, okay. And
A
psychologist?
psychologist can complete his PG and then MPhil or PhD should be enough.
Yes, okay, good. So there is only one difference, major difference in psychiatry and psychology. Psychiatrists are having one paper that is pharmacology, that is related to medicine, and psychologists have one paper that is psychotherapy, because they are giving medication. Psychiatrists and psychologists are giving therapy. And what was your answer about schizophrenia? So schizophrenia is not requiring only psychiatrist's attention, it requires both together. Psychologist and psychiatrist can heal a schizophrenic patient and can maintain their condition. They can't heal that. Actually, it is not a curable problem, disorder, but they can maintain that to that level so that it will not affect their health. Are you getting the difference? So for the hormonal balance in the neurons and all, they need some psychiatric medication which will be prescribed by the psychiatrist. And for other things, they need psychotherapy, behavior related, CBT, cognition, and all. For that, they need psychotherapy, which will be done by the psychologist. So that is the difference. Okay. All psychological related disorders can go to psychologist, but it is not necessary all psychological related disorders can go to a psychiatrist. If depression is in serious condition, severe condition, then only we should go for medication. If it is like to some extent normal, then it's not required for medication. And also, until and unless any disorder is not affecting your daily routine. For example, sometimes some clients come, sir, we have OCD. Okay, what happened? OCD. I want to order my things in there. Okay, what is problem with that? If you then diagnose on that criteria, then everybody has OCD. Nobody, even our mothers, sisters, does not like if in their kitchen or bedroom we are changing the things, right? Wherever they keep any masala, they want that to be there only in order. That it does not mean they have OCD. Are you getting? So, until and unless it is not affecting your life. So, somebody is coming that I check fan 3 times, so I have OCD. What is wrong in checking whether I off my fan or not? But when you are going to office, then coming back from office, to check whether you off the phone or not, fan or not. That will affect your job, right? Then you need to get counseling. Otherwise, when you are at home, you are checking 2 times, 3 times. That is not interrupting your professional life. That is normal condition. Until and it does not affect your life, professional health, and other things, then it is not a problem. We need to understand that, right? Okay. Sorry. Now we have objective of diagnostic. Difference between psychodiagnostic assessment and psychiatric consultation. Psychodiagnostic testing is a specialized diagnostic procedure that identifies and quantifies degree of psychopathology. Last time we have discussed about what psychopathology is. If a person is having problem, what are the reasons, causes, and everything. In contrast to that, a psychiatrist consultation. So I said another difference is psychiatrist consultation is just 5 minutes, but psychologist consultation or diagnostic it takes 1 hour or more than that. It uses written, oral, and projective instruments to evaluate patients' mental process and to assess how their thinking and emotions are likely to impact their behavior. In psychology, the process is to understand, evaluate their behavior, thinking, emotions, and all. Therefore, psychodiagnostic testing provides objective data on a patient's psychological functioning and is useful tool for carrying confusing clinical presentations, clarifying confusing clinical presentations. Psychodiagnostic tests enhance diagnostic accuracy by controlling for subjective opinion. What are subjective opinion? What is the difference between subjective and objective? Yes, subjective and objective. Anyone? Yeah, you are only there active.
So, when we say subjective, it might mean we are considering our own um,
Can
emotions
you
or
give me
feelings.
some example of subjective and objective type? Example. Yes, Balaji Singh, you want to say?
Objective means what we have observed. Subjective means what is the client is telling.
Okay. Okay. A simple example I will give you. Objective. You had breakfast. Either you will say yes or no. Right? It is very objective. If I ask you how was your experience in this class or in last class, will you say yes or no? You will explore it, right? If I ask you how many siblings do you have, you will say one, two, three, four. That's very objective. If I ask you how is your relation with your siblings, you will write in detail. That is subjective. What you are going to write in a detail. Objective is very specific. We have used this term several times. Oh, that's what objective is. Yes. Referral for psychodiagnostic testing. In MSc mental status examination, there is one question by whom you are referred to a psychologist, whether it is a psychiatrist, whether it is a parent, whether it is a friend, or who. Examples of appropriate referrals from psychological testing include the following: patient having substance abuse problem. Either a patient is having substance abuse problem, so they will come. Patients with possible learning disabilities, patients with suspected mental retardation or poor intellectual functioning. So in these cases, they will be referred for psychodiagnostic tests. Objective of psychodiagnostics. Patients with mood disorders. So patients who are with mood disorders, we can check their mood disorders. Patients with anxiety and panic disorders, patients who have experienced trauma, children and adolescents who are act out, patients with suspected personality disorders. So these all are the psychological disorders where we need psychodiagnostics to clear cut it, right? Psychodiagnostic report. The psychodiagnostic report is designed to answer specific referral questions. Have you seen any report of any test, blood test, or any psychological report? Yes, no? Okay. So even in UGC, USG, or EEG, you are getting some sort of report, right? When you get that report, on that basis, doctor will diagnose you, isn't it? So same way, we have psychiatric, same way we have in psychodiagnostic also. We used to get report. So in that report, it will show us. For example, if a person is having this IQ, like in medical terms, in patients, when we are getting blood, so it will say the hemoglobin of this person is 8 to 10 point. In other side, it will be the normal hemoglobin should be from this range to this range. Then we are able to identify how much it is less or above. Same way, if I am trying to check IQ of a client, normal IQ range is 90 to 110. Now my client got 70. So what does it mean? If my client got 130, what does it mean? So we will be able to identify that way. What it? So in that report, it will be detailed written what all things are there, what are not, what symptoms are there. So we will be able to get what score that person got in some particular scale. On that basis, there will be a diagnosis. So it is written. For example, if we see back depression inventory, I will show you also back depression inventory. See, is this visible? Is my screen visible? Back depression inventory.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Good. So if you look at this, see, this depression inventory can be self-scored. The scoring scale is at the end of the questionnaire. Okay. So there are questions. Question number one: I do feel sad. I feel sad. I am sad all the time, and I can't snap out of it. I am so sad and unhappy that I can't stand it. So here, if you see, here is numbering given 0, 1, 2, 3. Right. Now, if your participant rates it at any point, if it is rated as 0, then according to that we have to do if whatever it is. Question number 2, question number 3, like this. I think it should be in. Wait, 1 second. Not this one. What is this one? And this is also same similar. Okay. There are 21 questions total. Okay. So, okay. So there are 21 questions. If I am asking you about to fill this, I will get some score. Then I have to score. For example, if a person is selecting one in this, and in this 0, and in this 2, so I have to add 2 and this 1. So accordingly I have to score it. So if I get the scoring, for example, I got now after doing the total number of score, if it is 1 to 10 score, these ups and downs are considered as normal. Even if you had depression level of 10 in BDI, it is considered as normal. 11 to 16 is considered as mild mood disturbances. 17 to 20 is considered as borderline clinical depression. 21 to 30 is called as moderate depression. 31 to 40 is called as severe depression. Over 40 it is called as extreme depression. If a person is having over 40, maximum will go to 63. If a person is having 40 to 63, then the person should be hospitalized, because that is a severe condition where we have to give medication. Extreme depression, where there is a probability of suicide also, where there are probability of lot of other side problems also. Are you getting? So we need to accordingly work. So with the help of this test only, we will be able to diagnose properly. Is it understandable now? More clear? Yes.
Yes, sir. So, in case of above 40, the client will visit a psychiatrist or a psychologist here.
The client has to visit a psychiatrist because they need immediate treatment. They need they should be admitted in the hospital. If a person is having above 14, it is a critical situation. Are you getting? Well, it is very critical situation where they have to take medication. Now on this databases only we can diagnose. We can give diagnosis. If it is borderline, then clinical psychologist can, even moderate, even severe, clinical psychologist can deal. But if it is extreme depression, till there clinical psychologist can deal. It goes extreme, then the person need to be admitted. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I visited once Ranchi. In Ranchi, there is a big mental hospital. What happened there? I saw a patient over there who did not sleep for last 6 months. Did not even have a small nap. Continuously last 6 months. If a person is not having a sleep for that much time, that's why he was admitted over there. So that is a severe condition. When a person is, I have seen that by, like, I have witnessed that myself only. So that is the situation. Sometimes it can be that critical. Okay. Application of psychodiagnostic testing. So, what are applications? Psychodiagnostic testing is a widely recognized diagnostic procedure that is used in a variety of non medical settings. Examples include forensic. In this context, 80% of psychological tests is ordered when the defendant's psychiatric condition is seen important to a criminal case. So, in terms of forensic psychology, 80% of cases are being referred for a psychological testing in criminal cases. Insurance settlement. Insurance companies rely on psychodiagnostic testing for a variety of disabilities and work movements compensation cases. Similarly, the Department of Social Services routine uses psychodiagnosis test to make social security determinations. Psychodiagnostic test is particularly useful in ruling out malingering. So these are settings, like even in organization psycho diagnostic tests are used. How in insurance settings, employment environment. See, for example, if a client, I have to promote a person for managerial position in a organization setting. So if there is a test which will, there is a test actually which gives us managerial qualities of a person. So I have 10 employees now who I need to make a manager in my company. I will conduct a test on all, then I will see how they are all going to perform in that test. Who is having the best managerial qualities. So always in your family also, you will assign work according to the capability of an individual, right? Who can do this thing? Who can do this thing? We used to suggest, okay, this person is able to do this thing. Only this person can do this thing. We used to say this thing. Oh, you only have that capacity to do this thing. It is only you who can do this thing. So we understand their capacity to do this thing. So same way in an organization settings, sometimes which is doing with dealing with public setting, it is very difficult to find a proper person. So until and unless you don't have a good person who has very good motivation and all, you won't be able to achieve more, because everybody's target is, now if you see everywhere they are recruiting counselors. In our VIT we have 5 counselors who are taking care of employees mental health as well as students mental health. It is mandatory by an NEP new policy, education policy, that every college should have one counselor, right? Psychologist who will understand the students now, because day by day lot of problems are happening. For example, suicide cases are increasing. For example, sleeplessness is there, so lot of psychological issues are there. So to get rid of that, they need psychological support, right? Reasons for psychodiagnostic testing. In general, the major aim of assessment are to gather information about person, system, environment, or phenomena, or some combination of these, and to enable classification. So that is what the purpose of this test is. Psychodiagnostic tests are comprehensive and evaluation of current circumstances. Assessments also may be directed to predict future behavior. So sometimes you might have seen heard about conduct disorder. Conduct disorder in children, they may have conduct disorder, but when they become adult, that will become antisocial disorder. Antisocial. So there has been research evidences that people who are having conduct disorder in child, that is then later on becoming antisocial disorder. Conduct disorder means in childhood they are burning some places, breaking up government properties, like snatching something small items. Then later on they only have tendency to become antisocial. Antisocial, like breaking rules, breaking glasses of people, like doing unnecessary stuff which will lead to some antisocial activity. Right. So, to predict the future, if we can understand, for example, a person is very aggressive. So, to predict, we can say that he may become antisocial, or he may become manic, or he may become this. There is a tendency. So, accordingly, we can take the precautions. The purpose of psychodiagnostic assessment. In order to conduct such psychodiagnostic, the clinician must have the following steps. Signed consent form. Signed consent form means you have to take the consent from the client as well as you have to give the consent as a psychologist. Audio video tape of interview session. So there should be audio video tape if it is required. Verbatim transcript of audio and videos tape. That's what I was talking about, verbatim. Why they need verbatim? Verbatim is whatever you are saying, even you are saying, hmm, yes. After that, you are giving a gap talk. That also should come under verbatim. Case report. Finally, case report. Overall, area to be covered in diagnostic interview: identifying information, including client sex, age, social class, race, gender, religion, marital status, occupation, current living situation of client, describe with the family. Also include a current level and effectiveness of functioning when you describe current living situation. So this all should come under demographic detail. Parenting complaints, current symptoms, anxiety, mood, difficulties in personal aid. So everything should come under that. Then presenting appearance, description of silence, aspects of physical appearance, mannerisms, as well as observations of significant interaction with interviewer, participating factors and history of the problem. So how long it have started, what was the reason, when it started, each and everything psychologists have to take. History of person, social context. So even I have seen like clinical psychologists used to take history of childhood friends, each and everything. Even in Bhool Bhulaiya movie, the actor is going to the client's home where they are finding that how was her childhood, how was her everything. So that all helps us to identify, right? Okay. So developmental history also, as I mentioned, is very important and crucial. That whether always you will see if a child is going for any this thing, and then they will call about their caretakers who have been taking care of them. They will ask about the milestones and attend okay, milestones of the childhood, like whether the client was able to have birth cry, whether the client was able to milestone metal. For example, a 1 month baby is supposed to hold his neck. So whether this person was holding his neck as 30 days or not, if not, then it means there is a developmental delay. So, attending all the milestones. At 3 years, one should speak and talk. So, whether the baby was able to talk or speak, right? Family history. Family history helps us because we have last time we discussed about the biological aspect of etiology, like genetic and all. So, for that, we need family history, school history. So, for behavior related issues and language related issues, we are supposed to know the school history, how he had how the client have been in the school with the colleagues, with the friends, peer relations, significant relationship difficulties, conflict, thoughts, and also how the client was with the friends. And all. Sexual history, if it is adult, like how is their sexual history, early childhood memories, traumas, abuse, parental attitude, these all impacting their mental health. So we need to identify that also. Even in MSc, these all points are separately mentioned. Work history, relation with co-workers, relation with like employer, relation with other colleagues, junior, senior, job change, how frequently. Yesterday, I was supposed to recruit, like I was doing the recruiting system. This thing I was finalizing the CVs for one position over here. So what happened? I saw a person who just had changed 3 jobs in 2 years. So I wrote in the comments that the person has frequently changed the job, even though the profile is good. But that also will be kept because when you are not able to adopt in one company or one position, one organization, it will be. It means there is some issue with the person, right? So always we are looking into that also. Medical history, analysis. The clinical psychologist integrates material presentation in the report to develop an understanding of client's major manifests and latent presenting complaints. He then uses these concepts most consistent with his orientation and most relevant in his treatment recommendation. So if we understand what all problems are there, that will help us to where we have to improve the client. So analysis formulation is very important for that. DSM-TR diagnosis. Is this clear till here? Everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay. Questions that diagnostic assessment can answer includes the following examples. A 6-year-old child is having trouble in school and not staying in his seat during lessons. Does the child have an attention deficit disorder, an anxiety disorder, or conduct disorder? Now, we need to identify which disorder this child is having. There is a situation given: a 6-year-old child is having trouble in school, not staying in his seat during lessons. Does the child have attention deficit disorder? There is a possibility of that. Anxiety disorder? There is a possibility of that. Or conduct disorder. A 68, see why they are giving age, even in this example, 6 year. So that's why they did not give antisocial disorder, because at 6 year antisocial disorder won't be there, right? For 68-year-old female has been increasingly forgetful, less energetic and confused. Is she depressed or suffering from onset of dementia? Why is the 35-year-old male having chest pains and rapid heart rates without any biological explanation for these symptoms? Answer such questions through diagnostic assessment may lead to recommendations for treatment establishment of the client's eligible or ineligibility. For disability services, for example, disability accommodations, reimbursement from insurance companies, or simply increase understanding of patient's symptoms, which will enable other healthcare practitioners to work more effectively with them. The diagnostic criteria is okay. So for this, we need to have a clear understanding about what anxiety disorder is, attention deficit is, and conductive disorder is, and what are symptoms these each have, because there is a similar symptoms also. Anxiety will be in all the three. Conductive disorder, they won't be able to concentrate on something, so it is a symptom of all the three disorders. As earlier also I gave you another example. So same way, now we have to identify which one we need to diagnose. Even forgetfulness is in depression as well as in dementia earlier stage. So now they have given age also. So usually at this age there is a probability to have dementia. Are you getting? So that all points we need to. That's why age is always given. So we need to also know which age range to which age range dementia can attack, which age range to which age range conductive disorder should be there, so that we will give proper diagnosis. Right? Okay. The diagnostic classification DSM to TR is categorical classification system. The categories are prototype, and patient with a close approximation to the prototype is said to be have that disorder with qualifiers, for example, mild, moderate, or severe form of disorder. So, what symptoms we are getting, that will be closely related to some disorder and with different levels. As I have shown you, in depression, there is mild, moderate, severe, right? So, accordingly, we will diagnose that. For nearly half the disorder, symptoms must be sufficient to cause clinically significant distress or impairment in social occupational. So, for nearly at least half of the disorder symptoms must be sufficient. So, at least 50% of the disorder symptoms should match to diagnose that. The diagnostic criteria each disorder includes in the DSM includes a set of diagnostic criteria, including symptoms that are present and for how long. So duration also is very important. As I told you, if there is a like, yeah, 2 days back somebody's some relative or some nearby passed away, and if you are taking their test for depression, so obviously it will. That's why it is shown that how These items are related to you from last 3 months. If it is continuously from last 3 months, then only we can say, okay, we can diagnose the depression disorder. So for each disorder, the symptoms, diagnostic criteria, it is given that how long the symptoms should be there, right? Then diagnose each disorder. Okay. Descriptive text. The third component of DSM is the descriptive text that accompanies each disorder. In text of the DSM, this systematic describes each disorder under the following headings: diagnostic features, subtypes, or specific, recording procedures, associate features and disorders, specific culture, age, gender. So these all things we need to. I can't diagnose somebody who is 20 years with dementia. I can't diagnose somebody who is 15 years with Parkinson's disease or with Alzheimer's disease, right? So there is a specific age for that. So that's why we need even gender. Some disorders or disease are gender specified. If you see, OCD is more in females than males. There is one form of depression that is mm, one form of depression is 1 second. Let me get it. Dysthymia. If you have heard about dysthymia, dysthymia is a form of depression which is mostly found in females, right? So some disorders are age related, some disorders are gender specific, some disorders are the particular culture. Familiar pattern and differential diagnosis. Okay, so then we have multi-axis classification. Recommends clinicians to assess an individual's mental state across five factors of X or axes. Together, the five axes provide a broad range of information about the individual's functioning, not just diagnosis. The system contains the following axes. Axis 1: clinical disorder and other conditions that may be focused on clinical attention. This axis incorporates a wide range of clinical symptoms, including anxiety disorder, mood disorder, schizophrenia. So these are the disorders which are coming under this axis one. Then we have, okay, clinical disorder category. Then axis 2 we have personality disorders and mental retardation. Personality disorders are, and also one more thing, in ICD it is different. There we don't have axes. There we have F1, F2, F3. So last time I think I have shown you in one previous slide how ICD-10 is working. Okay, so here we have personality disorders and mental retardation. Personality disorders are enabling the rigid patterns of maladaptive behavior that typically impair relationship with others and social functioning. These includes antisocial, paranoid, narcissistic, and borderline personality disorders. Mental retardation, which is also coded on axis second, involves pervasive intellectual impairments. People may be given either axis 1 or axis 2 diagnosis for combination of two when both apply. Okay. Then we have axis 3, general medical condition. So it is a general medical condition, all medical conditions and diseases that may be important to the understanding of treatment of an individual in mental disorders. Then axis 4 we have psychosocial and environmental problems. Axis 5, global assessment of relational functioning. So it is related to assessment. Assessment means these what psychodiagnostic we were talking about, the testing and all. Problem categories. Problem with primary support group. Death of family member, health problem of family member, marital dispute in the form of separation, divorce and all, birth of a sibling. Okay. Problems with primary support group. Primary support group means our family. which is related. Problem related to social environment, death or lose of a friend, so it comes under social environment. Isolation or living alone, difficulties adjusting to a new culture, so this is all social environment. Educational problem, literacy, illiteracy, academic difficulties, problems with teachers or classmates, inadequate or impoverished school environment, occupational, with co-workers and all. Then economic problems means financial problems. Okay, not important. Specific type of assessment. So we have specific type of assessment also, including cognitive assessment. Cognitive assessment focus on understanding brain behavior relationship, information processing, and thinking skills. Right. Following critical aspect of cognition may be targeted for assessment: attention, perception, memory, and schemas, learning, intelligence. Okay, so these are the specific assessments which are mostly related to the cognitive development, cognition. Personality, already we discuss about this. Behavior. Psychodiagnostics. This is a branch of psychology concerning with the use of tests in evaluation of personality and determinants of factors underlying human behavior. So in simple, it is a branch of psychology which uses test and evaluation of personality and behavior actually. Okay. Any of various methods used to discover the factors that underlie behavior, especially maladjustment or abnormal behavior. Branches of, okay, this. This is something important. Stage in psychodiagnostics. Sandberg and Tyler describes the course of clinical assessment as a flow through four major stages. Preparation, in which the clinician learns of the patient's problem, negotiates the referral, questions, and plans further steps in assessment. So, first step is preparation. When a client is coming, the referral is coming, we are trying to understand the patient's problem, client's problem. We are asking questions which are related or which will help us to go with which. For example, sometimes the client is giving us symptoms of both anxiety and depression. So to clarify whether we will go for both the tests or one test, we need some more elaborative discussion on that, right? Then input, during which data about the patient and his situation are collected. So we need inputs, we need data collection from the patient or client so that we will have clear understanding. Processing, during which the material collected is organized, analyzed, and interpreted and output. So processing means we are collecting the data, we are interpreting the data, and we are then going for output, during the which the result study of person is communicated and decision as to further clinical action made. So outcome means whether we are diagnosing the person with depression, moderate, severe, or anything. That's what output is. So these are the four stages given by Tyler in 1962 regarding the psychodiagnostics. Step by step procedure in psychodiagnostics. Step by step procedure means how we are going to do the psychodiagnostic. State the client's name, age, date of evaluation, and examiner. Document reason for referral. This section captures why a professional psychologist assessment was requested and the expected outcome. Recommendations such as a specific education placement, diagnostic need for therapeutic intervention, and competence. So this is first step to get the all demographic variables details. Then second is summarize background information on the client. This report action should be broken up into categories of related information such as medical condition, test, medications, clinical history, as in MSc it is given. that I have showed you. Then third is provide client information details extracted from interviews with parents or family members. So what is their opinion? See, sometimes we ask to a client that you have problem. He say, no, I'm all right. I don't have any problem. But parents are complaining, relatives are complaining. So that also we need to. That's why we always need somebody to accompany a psychiatric person where they will get, because it is all mostly everything is dependent on the information we are getting, the data we are getting, right, to diagnose anything. List tests used because your report may be read by non-professionals. It is helpful to provide a brief description of. So, for example, if you are writing anxiety, OCD related test or anything, you should write it. Okay, this is this test. This is so for layman also it will be easy to identify. Okay, what they did with the client. Interpret the results. Okay. The crucial section of the report can be approached in several ways. You can report the meeting of the results of each test, tie the results in the initial report, reasons of evaluation, or integrate the results by categorizing. Category such as intellectual ability, competence, interpersonal skills, neuropsychological factors, and mental status. Write a brief summary and recommendation. If you have ever seen any sort of psychological report, there will be brief summary, there will be report that okay, there will be diagnosis written in that. Write summary. Okay. Acknowledge the confidentiality of the report, importance, information on each page. So we have to write the confidentiality for each page, that this report confidential. Print the report on letterhead, stationery, sign your name and all. Okay. So it is the duty of a psychologist or a person who is conducting test to print on their letterhead the test report. Mental status examination, as earlier we discussed. So specifically, the mental status examination should cover the following things. So I have shown you this attitude and all, appearance and all, behavior, mood, affect, speech. So these are all the aspects where we are supposed to measure in mental status. Test batteries. What are test batteries? I already discussed this test batteries last time. What are test batteries? Anyone? What anyone? There is only one who is responding to. Yes, Priya, test batteries. Why it is called a battery? Am I audible?
Uh,
Yes.
don't know, sir.
Okay, so batteries are when there is a group of tests, and if you guys don't ask me why should I answer unnecessary? So you need to ask now what questions you have. I appreciate asking questions. So test batteries is like we talk about personality test batteries, right? IQ related, in that IQ related test, bachelor's intelligence test. So there is a set of batteries. There is a set of tests that's called batteries. Even BKT. So when there are different tests in under one, that's called a battery. If you see in this also we have LFT, NFT, then we have the sugar level. So before having anything, empty stomach and after stomach, so that all comes under one category. So when two, three tests are coming under one category, that's called a battery in psychology. Although tests are useful for a variety of purposes in the area of psychology, their use often falls into one of the following category. I need to answer a very specific and focused diagnostic question. Does the patient present a suicidal risk and need to portray in a very bad way the client psychodynamic, psychological functioning and personality structure? Why am I going up? Typical information requested during a standard clinical interview. Identifying information, name, age. Okay, this we saw. Referral source, chief complaints. This also I forgot to mention this earlier. Chief complaints are presenting problems. So we need to understand what are the main problems. List of symptoms. What are the chief complaints? Sir, I am not able to have food. I am not able to sleep. I am not able to do this. I am from last 2 months I am not able to do this. So chief complaints, each complaint should be mentioned. Family background, health background, educational background, employment background, development history. So these all are parts of MSc, mental states examination. Although there is no specific formula for developing report, several principles are generally followed. So what are the different principles to be followed for generating a report? Principle of attention. The professional must be attentive. He or she must focus on complete attention on the patient without interrupting from distractions such as telephone calls or personal concerns. So, attention principle should be followed. Principle of friendly posture. So if usually if there is a another issue the counselor has, he has family related issue or angry with boss or something, it should not reflect on the client, because if you are looking in a moody way to a client, his response will get affected, right? So your posture depends a lot. Principle of listening. So always it is said that psychologists should have patience, good listening skills. So to listen the problems of the client, psychologist is supposed to listen properly to the client. Then we have non-judgmental. The psychologist is non-judgmental and non-critical when interacting with the patient, especially in regard to personal disclosure. If a patient is saying, I did this thing, I steal this much money from this thing, so you should not show that you judge that person on that basis. You need to be very much careful with that. Principle of empathy and respect for the patient. So you have to be in other shoes when you are talking with a client. Principle of creating a supportive professional. So client should also feel that this person is very supportive to me. It's not that you have to be like with a rude way. You should show the support being a psychologist. Report writing and receipt of report. Again, length of report. You can't give it in 10 pages or just in a half page. So it should not exceed 2 pages. It should be very objective, very specific. Degree of emphasis. A well written report also pays particular attention to the degree of emphasis given to the various pointers. So it should be, if sometimes you might have seen they are highlighting the area where there is an issue. So it should appear in a very good way, the report. We should be able to understand it if anyone looks at the report. Domains. The test interpretations are ideally presented and organized around specific domains. The selection of which domain to include should be driven by the type of questions. Then the referral sources is requested. So you have to cover all the domains which are required. For example, for some particular disorder, what are domains you have to cover? You need to collect the information from referrer as well as from the client to have more clarity. Deciding what to include. So it is the ability as well as the efficiency of a counselor or a psychologist or a psychodiagnostic to understand what to code and what not to code, what should be the important thing. So many times if you have watched this any criminal crime series or something, they will say, why didn't you give this information earlier? This is also very important. So sometimes there will be for you some information which is very easy, but for other purpose it might be very crucial, very important, right? So that need to be included. Raw data and quality qualitative score. So raw data. Generally, raw data and qualitative score should be avoided in the impression interpretation section of the report. So we don't have to give the raw data. Raw data means what score you got. Then nobody have time to convert that into this thing. So whatever score you are getting, for example, in BDI, I have shown you the BDI scale. If a person is getting 10 score, I am just giving the raw score 10. I need to give interpretation also. What does it mean as per that scale? So that it will be clear. Client feedback. Another important thing is one of the crucial role of psychologists to report to assist in providing client feedback. This is in accordance with client advocacy legislation and the APA ethical guideline. In that, the client should know the type of information and recommendations being made about and for them. Such feedback is expected to be clear, accurate, direct, and understandable. So, the clinical psychologist is supposed to give such feedback which is direct, clear, and accurate in nature. Measures of intelligence and conceptual thinking. So, what are different measures of intelligence and conceptual thinking? History, okay. Intelligence assessment originated in 19th century with Francis Galton in England and Alfred Binet in France. So Binet was the first person who developed that test of IQ, I think. Yes. Okay. Galton's test focused on sensory motor reaction time tasks but lacked a coherent theoretical framework and validity as measures of intelligence. Binet, assisted by the France Ministry of Public Instrument, developed the first comprehensive intelligence test in 1905. So sometimes this question comes: who, when, and who first developed a intelligence test? So it is Binet, 1905, to identify mentally retarded children in classroom. Bennett introduced the concept of mental age and intellectual quotient (IQ) intelligence quotient as a ratio of mental age to chronological age multiplied by 100. So Bennett only gave the formula mental age divided by chronological age into 100 to get the IQ. Lev Sterman translated the adopted Binet scale to create the Stanford Binet Intelligence Test in US in 1916. David Wechsler, influenced by his experience scoring Army Alpha exam and administrating individual tests during World War I, developed the Wechsler series of intelligence scale. That's why it's called a Wechsler's intelligence scale, right? Measure of intelligence. So these are the measures. These are different tests which are used to measure intelligence. Wechsler scale, components, administration, and scoring. So this is ways. Sanford Bennett scale, introduction of scale, characteristics, and administration. And go through the PPT and read it. Woodcock Johnson's psycho-educational battery. Okay, so these are the tests. RPM, Round's progressive matrix test. Okay, okay. Overview of tests now. Analogies and proverb tests. Analogies and proverb tests access the ability to form verbal abstractions. Examples include RPM, Ravan's progressive matrix test, and Graham's proverbs test. Performance test, sorting test. So, what is speed and okay? I will ask you later. I think that concept is there. Color sorting tests, health and category test. Okay, wait. Memory. Nice. See, now there are different variables like memory is there, creativity is there. So they have given what are tests we are using in that, what are their characteristics, and what are types of memory and which type we can measure by which test. Procedure, aptitude test, achievement test, utility of data for cognitive tests. Now we will have introduction to projective tests or neuropsychological tests. Projective test techniques are indirect and unstructured methods used in psychology to investigate underlying motives, urges, or intentions that may not be revealed through direct questions. So, why projective techniques came into existence? Is projective techniques sometimes, if I am there, I am not ready to share what is in my conscious. Sometimes I have some like some wishes which I can't express. I want to be a millionaire, for example, or I like something, like, or I have a trauma from family. I am not able to share this with anyone. That all is in unconscious. So when I get a projective text, that will help me to get that all. Like that will help me to project all that. What is projection? Last time we discussed why it is called a project text. Yes, yeah, you can
It
answer.
projects our unsaid words, like in which we are not able to verbally, not able to or not willing to verbally confirm those kind of things which were in our conscious. Mm, those things we can project, like the other person can view them without even having the need to say it out loud.
You know what is projector? You have seen
Yeah.
projector in classroom. So we are projecting our PPT on our in our classroom, projecting on the wall actually. So sometimes I have something in mind about somebody and I'm going and saying, "Oh, you don't like me to be here." So actually that is a projective thought. I don't want him to be there. So I'm going and asking, "You don't like me to be here." That's what projective is. And sometimes I have a thought that I like this thing, but I can't say. If I say I like this thing, it may be not appropriate. So through projection only I can talk about that. That's what even this shero shairi, like poetry and all. In that, when they are trying to express something which they love, right? So they are projecting their thoughts in that shairi. It's all about projection, right? So projective techniques help us to identify our. So even interpretation of dreams, if you have heard about interpretation of dreams by Sigmund Freud, so he said dreams are also in our unconscious. Sometimes we, how many of you have watched this dream having question paper in that exam paper? So there are students who used to watch because they have that desire to see the question paper before the exam. So they may have dreams having that question paper in exam, right? Huh. So these techniques allow respondents to express attitudes without embarrassing and help uncover unconscious attitudes and feelings. So without feeling embarrassed, they are expressing their thoughts. Then it is the psychologist's work to interpret that. Sometimes they are not very open, but they will express it through projective technique. Project technique play a significant role in motivational research and attitude survey. They involve presenting ambiguous stimuli and analyze respondent unrestricted responses to infer personality traits. So it helps us to understand the personality traits also. Examples of projective technique includes word association test, sentence completion test, construction techniques, and expressive techniques. The word association test involves responding to a clear or hint with the first thing that comes to mind, revealing inner feelings and association. If I ask you, what comes to your mind first thing if you want to have? So if you are saying biryani, it means that is your internal wish that you really want. Okay, completion tests. Okay, require completion tests require components to complete incomplete sentences or stories. So there is sentence completion test also. In that there are incomplete sentences. So we are asking subjects to fill that. So they will try to complete that test with their own desires, what all they have. So that way, projective tests help us to understand the internal desires of the client. Categories of projective tests. Associative category. In this category, subject respond to a specific stimuli, such as an ink block or a word, by indicating what the stimulus suggests. So, Rorschach ink block test. Construction techniques. Here, the subject constructs a response, often in the form of a story. So, TAT. In TAT, we have different cards. If you want me to show you, I can show you one second. I will show you both TAT and okay. Rorschach ink block test. See, this is the Rorschach ink block test. Okay. The voice is not. Is voice coming to you?
Yeah, no, sir.
1 second. Where I was. This is one image. The so this is in Rorschach test. This is another this thing image. So what we are doing is subjects to we are asking subjects to interpret these images, right? Another is TAT. In TAT, we are TAT one. Hmm. Suppose, is this visible to you? The screen.
Yeah, yes, sir.
See, these are the pictures which we are showing, and subject is supposed to make a story on this basis. So, for example, this picture is there, this picture is there. So, they will make a story, and that story will come from actually their unconscious brain. So, they will make a story on that basis. So, this I have heard a lot of stories on this basis. Some are saying this is a husband and wife. Husband is angry on wife, and she is trying to like re- reduce the conflict. So there will be different than this person. Some are saying some story, some are saying some story. He is crying, regretting. So it all depends. Whatever is in their unconscious mind, they will give the story, right? Accordingly. This is all a picture of TAT. Huh. So there is a tree. One is on tree. I don't. No, these are not. Okay, so these all are from TAT only. So by this, subject is supposed to make a story. Once they make a story, so they will like share that story. We will be able to understand what is in their unconscious mind, what are their desires and all, so that it will help us to understand their personality and internal conflicts. Rorschach test TAT. So there are 31 cards in TAT, and Rorschach we have 10 cards. Projective time. Neuropsychological assessments, principles of. Okay. So, yes, with this we will stop. Now, do you have any question?
So there were some tests like in online. Sometimes we see they just
Mm-hmm.
show a picture like this butterfly when you should, right?
Uh-huh.
And they say if you see this picture first, then your category is so and so, and if you see this one first, you are so and so. Are those reliable? Like,
See, the test, see, that's what there are tests. Even online, if you see, there are n number of tests, right? Sometimes on newspaper, there are coming, if your thumb is like this, then your personality is like this. There, you see, that are actually not reliable tests. So, whatever reliable and valid test we have, standardized test we have, that you need to check the list. For example, this is a standardized test, TAT. RIBT is also Rorschach's ink block test is standardized test. So these we always use in our settings, but that are not that reliable. That is on the basis of experience and all, but validity. So generalization should be there. I forgot to say you one of the aspect of test is generalization. Generalization means if I am saying this person is having generalization means when I can say okay, if all these people have this much score of depression scale or happiness score, it means they are happy. So it should be generalization. It should not be okay, only for 5 people I am giving this diagnosis. So if there is a score, if any participant, any client in this world is scoring 40 and above in depression, it means severe depression. It is not for some it is applicable. And that tests, there are n number of tests, even personality tests in Google and all, when you type, but that are not reliable and valid. To some extent it may be, but when you don't know the source of test and the reliability and validity are psychometric properties. So these all are called as psychometric properties: norms, validity, reliability, then objectivity. So if that is not evident in that test, then we can't rely on that test. Yes. Anything else? Any other question? Priya? No. Okay, with this we will conclude here. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Hope uh, if any queries are there, you can uh, ask the questions, or else we will end the session here. And we have two more classes, that is on 28th and on 29th, Saturday and Sunday.
Yes, yes.
The time is from 10 to 2.
Okay.
Okay,
Ma'am,
sir.
do they have any WhatsApp group where I can send them the PPTs, or should I send you that you can send them?
Sir, actually, through mail we will forward them.
Okay.
So you can forward us once all the sessions are completed.
Okay, okay. Sure, sure,
We
sure.
will meet on 29th, the classes will end for them, right?
Uh-huh.
So Monday, through mail, all the PPTs will be
Sure,
forwarded to
sure.
the students.
Sure, sure, sure.
Yes.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome.